Hey guys, another week of Redlock. Almost said Blue Lock. I briefly pulled up my YouTube over on this side and I see a 13-year-old video from NVIDIA introducing the GeForce GTX 680. And it's just like the thumbnail. That's weird. The thumbnail is showing just some basic physics cracking. What a time. I remember that. That's right, we gotta block this out today. That's right. Or at least get as far as we can with it. This week should be pretty much the same thing. Except for one day I will be taking off to do lore, so I'll still be working, it just won't be streaming. I had mentioned that this would probably be a inevitability. It's because there are some things that are easier to do on stream and some that are easier to do off. Writing the lore is one of the things that's easier to do off stream. So that's when we're gonna do it. I don't know what day yet though, maybe Thursday? I was gonna do Friday, but I don't know. How about we'll see. We'll get done with the blackout first because I don't want to touch the lore until we get done with the blackout. Too many things to think about. And then once we're done with that, we can make the determination. Did we get everything in the right blackout level? I think we did. At the end of the stream. Yeah, we're not considering this part of level 3. Oh, maybe we could, but nah, doesn't really matter. Let's make that our current. Okay, so we made the rough pathway that we want the player to follow once they're in here. This is a bit of like a hub area. Don't know why it's saying that those aren't. Because they're stationary. Kind of weird, isn't it? Actually, those can be deleted. I just thought about it. We had put the lights in here already, so we don't need those. Okay, so we know where there's gonna be some holes, right? Primarily there's gonna be like a hole or something here, where you go through a broken piece of the front window. It doesn't matter really which. There's gonna be some vents here, ventilation shaft here or something, or another hole, whatever. But I think that for the most part, this entire bottom area should be walkable. It's just that this is going to be blocked by some rubble or something, you know, traditional, whatever you'd expect. How you doing, Ken? Good morning. All we know is it should be blocked. Why does that never go where you want it? God, that's annoying. Every time. So we don't know with what, we just know that's blocked. This is the normal exit. That has been blocked. This was the monitoring up here, right? And these are mainly just for me to see what rare things are. That those don't show up on play. This over here was testing, like quality assurance for the water, and chemical testing to make sure that they are not producing something that could kill people. I guess more than anything, that like not like testing in QA, but more like chemical in QA. Then we have water storage maintenance stuff. And this is where the maintenance elevator is located. And then these in the middle are the water synthesis machines, whatever you want to call them. We'll call them the dihydrogen monoxide machines. And I forgot what we wanted to make these. These were just like some intermediary tanks. We could make them like filtration tanks. But is that even needed because it's synthesizing pure water? Probably not. I suppose if we know that the player is just supposed to platform on top of this, it doesn't really matter what they are, because we can replace them with something, even if it's just like a bunch of stacks of crates or, I don't know, waifu pillows. Who the fuck knows? It'd be fun if in the lore for the game we make up like a fake anime so that there's like one character whose bunk you can go by and he's got a body pillow of some character. We're going way too deep with the lore of this game. Okay, intermediary tanks. I'm gonna just put that over here too. If it ends up being something else, so be it. Alright, bootyful. Bootyful. I think that on the water synthesis machines, whatever they look like, there should be a lot of piping. I imagine this room will just generally have a lot of piping. Maybe some catwalks. Oh. It is bigger than it looks, too. Or can't. I have to remove that roll. It's actually, you can actually abuse it because it like stops you from falling. You could just kind of abuse it. I gotta remove that. There's not supposed to be a roll in the game. There's not really any use for it. Wait, let me put that in our to-do. I mean, I think for maintenance it would be easier if all the pipes were on the bottom. That being said, we do need something up at the top just because it is more interesting. I think if catwalks were in here, they would go along.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
We're in a C-spawn. I think if the catwalks were up here, they'd be up.
Ladies and gentlemen,
on the like third.
We got him.
Area. Where does that sit? That sits above, but not too far above. I could see that being realistic. (2:41 a.m.) What are you doing up so early? I could make a joke, but I would get in trouble for that. I work night shift? Okay. I was gonna make a joke that would get me canceled, but I would need your permission to make it. It is, yeah, it is. It was gonna be about crack. It was gonna, I'll just say it. I was gonna say that blacks love crack so much they even love the crack of dawn. Okay, now you can make the fentanyl jokes about white people. Let's hear it. Fentanyl's way worse if you ask me. Should we rotate this? I mean, I want this just sit. I want there to be catwalks all around, but a lot of them are destroyed. I don't think crack is that big anymore either. I think it's all fentanyl at this point. Like weed, but who the fuck cares? Oh, pills. You might be right. And cocaine, you think so? Huh. Drug use. Most commonly used. Cocaine and heroin. And MDMA. That's kind of scary that ecstasy is popular. Yeah, I don't trust that either. And most common addiction. from a survey. Imagine getting that survey. What drugs are you addicted to? Opioids? Okay, I can see opioids. Inhalants. $2.4 million Americans 12 had an addiction to inhalants. Jesus. I guess just because it's so much easier to obtain than like cocaine and heroin. Stimulants. Benzies. Sleeping pills. Jeez. Just buy them from the store. Fucking scary, dude. How you doing, Bless3D? What's up? I made a cancelable joke, and then we're talking about drug use. It was a very old school joke because honestly it just doesn't even apply anymore. That's a pretty good width. I do like that width. I like that width a lot. Drugs aren't the problem. You're the problem. Always society. We moved in a little bit more. But I do like that. Make cancelable jokes often enough. When the big one hits, people will let you off the hook. I kind of agree with that. I have a little bit of a fear that it will impact my ability to like get a job, but it's not so much a problem here in Poland. It definitely would be a problem in the US, but not here in Poland. And I think people in my channel know me well enough that they know that I'm not going to mean those jokes. I almost want to see what this looks like. I don't know, I feel like I just need to draw this out. Like, where do I want this to go? Do I want it to stay at the same level? Do we have any points here in the middle that go across? I think so. Maybe like one in the center especially. I did Bless3D. I need to sit on them a little bit more. But I do like them. And I think that stuff like Star Citizen, which I think you had a couple of shots in, is really going to be a great... And also the ones from Hard Space Shipbreaker were pretty nice. Something in between that. The Hard Space Shipbreaker ones were really, really cool. Sometimes if you need others to do your job. I used to be a lot more edgy. I used to be so edgy that it actually did get me in trouble. I loved saying things for shock value. But the problem is that the things I were saying for shock value were very hard to differentiate between. They were very easy to take out of context. I mean, we'll say that these are like stairs, but we'll just keep it at a 25-degree angle for now. Good enough, but I don't think it needs to go up that high. That does not need to go up this high. This was more like supposed to be like running across some pipes, right? Or just like crouching across some pipes. I mean, here's the thing. If this is the monitoring station, they don't want to have a lack of visibility, right? So anything that we put in here for walkways shouldn't significantly impede the visuals. So I don't mind one catwalk going above the water synthesis machines. What's being monitored? Like, just the entire area. They're just monitoring this. They have, you know, the control board and stuff here, and monitors levels of shit. So if we just start putting too many things that are that's in the way of their visual area, then it isn't much of a monitoring station, at least from a visual standpoint. I ever worked in a, do I look like a, actually I have done work in a factory, but it wasn't work for the factory. It was fixing machines inside the factory. Yes, but no. No, I won't go up. Change my mind. Oops. What does the factory produce? Water. Mining factory that makes water. I don't know if they're mining. They're a mining facility. But they use the, they license out parts of their facility to other companies as well to help subsidize the cost. The water synthesis is not part of that. It's just the water synthesis is needed because the planet does not have water. Yep, a hydrogen-oxygen mixer. Yep, only for its resources. Very, very minerally rich. Doesn't need to be exact, but close enough. That's pretty close. Just a blackout. I shouldn't really care this much. We'll get the bare bones of it up first and then determine which sections, if any, need to be destroyed. I'm sure there will be some. Make much sense? What, the layout or the facility? The facility, what, like this, just this room or the entire thing? Oh, concept. It's a very, very minerally rich planet. And so this, the company Exolith Extraction creates mining facilities on these minerally rich planets in order to mine them to sell those minerals to other companies for profit. So they need to make water on this planet because this planet does not have water. And they have people on this planet. And there would be no other way to sustain them. So using hydrogen and oxygen, which they generate from other parts of the facility, they can synthesize water. The hydrogen is a byproduct of the smelting process done by slag metallurgy on level 3 of the facility. And then the oxygen is a byproduct of the hydroponics on level 2 of the facility. Well, so they don't only perform mining here. Exolith Extraction creates the mining facility and their main purpose is to mine. They also have an R&D area and they have a smelting and metallurgy area. Those are each run by other companies in order to kind of feed into the system to create basically a monopoly, right? So they've got close relationships with these other companies in order to get first access to their outputs, and then they provide their minerals to these companies first for research or for smelting. And it's a monopoly, right? Just this is their way of getting around the specifics of it. The other companies on the planet, it's all in the same facility. It's like a big apartment building, right? But the apartment building doesn't just have people living there, it also has like companies running out of certain sections. This is actually very common in China and some other larger cities where you have, you know, one building and then on different levels of the building you would have some commercial or residential. So some parts might be like, let's say this is ground level right here, right? You would have some commercial shops on this level, so we'll put like C for commercial, and then you would have some residential, and you might down here have either some more commercial or some like maintenance and stuff. So it's a similar concept to that, where you have, this is such an extreme planet that they can't afford to make multiple, and it would be purposeless to make multiple mining shafts. So they mine down, and as they're mining down, they build out levels of that facility and filling it with different things. And they essentially rent out parts of that facility to help cover the cost, but also because they then are given priority access to whatever that level creates. So Exolith basically says, hey, we're going to make the water for everybody. We're going to make the facility. But slag metallurgy, you guys get to have this level of the facility, but we get first rights to whatever you produce if we need it. Things like that. Yeah, those companies are also here. There's representatives of those people and those companies. They all live in the same facility. Think of it like a commercial building in, let's say, like San Francisco, right, where you have large skyscraper, and parts of that skyscraper or those levels are rented out to different companies. So they all come into the same building. They all use the same facilities, the same elevators, but they have sections that are run by different places. So those companies don't mine exolith extraction mines. Those companies are doing whatever they're doing here, whether that be R&D, whether that be smelting, but most of it is exolith extraction. So essentially it works the same as you would get in real life with commercial buildings. Socialist game. No, it's more like sending an entire crew of people and cargo 50 light years in order to build from scratch a new mining facility on an extreme planet is so enormously expensive and important that this helps minimize the risk, because they can basically sell seats to other rich people and companies. It's primarily companies. Well, this is capitalist, actually. It's extremely capitalist. Company A devotes all their resources and time and focus into being at the cutting edge of mining technology. Company B does the same thing, but with like smelting, refining, and forging, right? But these companies work in tandem. So they're two separate companies, but they work in tandem so much that they are essentially a monopoly in the industry, because Company B, the smeltery, gets access to the best resources in the galaxy first and foremost. And Company A gets access to all of the output from that company, first and foremost. So on paper, they look separate to help with antitrust laws, but really deep down, they are essentially one organization. And this is something that is very real in our existing world. Let me see if we can find the term for it. It was very popular in Japan, called a keiretsu. System, series, groupings of enterprises, set of companies with interlocking business relationships and shareholdings that dominated the Japanese economy in the second half of the 20th century. In the legal sense, it is a type of business group that is a loosely organized alliance within Japan's business community. The members' companies own small portions of the shares in each other's companies centered on a core bank. This system helps insulate each company from stock market fluctuations and takeover attempts, thus enabling long-term planning and projects. And that's kind of what we're modeling it after. But there's other things that are very similar to this. This is not the only type of arrangement that works in that way. It's just the one that is probably most commonly, or the one that ours is the most like. Okay, so we have those. We don't want all those connected though, because of course if the player just got on them, they could. Maybe we'll move it up to. It's essentially about like market domination, right? And both of these companies want to dominate their respective markets. There will be some dead bodies. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of dead bodies. You are at the bottom of the pit, right? You are pretty much suspected to be dead. You are all the way at the bottom of the 2.5 kilometer facility. So anybody else who is alive has likely escaped ahead of you. Imagine the World Trade Center gets hit by a plane. You were on the roof at the time. Anybody who can escape likely has gotten there, and you gotta run fucking fast. Not the greatest analogy, was it? Could move it up a little more, or just move that that window down. They should be able to see through it while standing. What do you do, Jim? Yeah, and this would be like metal railing, so it wouldn't be so disruptive to the view. I think we can make that work. Not everybody else died though, but many of them did. But they pooped their pants? It's a good question. I think you'll have to write the lore on that one. What's it with you and people shitting their pants? Are you secretly like a member of Jackass? It's about immersion, is it? You know, if you're looking for a game, I'm pretty sure there was a game quite a while ago called Don't Shit Your Pants. I don't think it's on Steam though. You might like it. Old game on Newgrounds. Play that and get back to me. Tell me what you think. Okay, player can't get up here, so I don't care if that clips. This might clip. We'll be a little bit careful. Nah, we're good. Hey, good luck, Blustardy. Good seeing you. Even if just for a moment. Better to be busy than unemployed. Yeah, so what this is a level blockout. So it's basically, here's what we want the level to design to be, the player pathway, essentially. And the rough room layout. Like here's going to be a tank, but that's not what a cool looking tank looks like, right? We need like we need something big, water tank, and you know, so then we would have the 3D modeler make something like this through a bunch of reference images, and we would place it here. And we know that we need collision onto the top of it, so we put collision on the top, right? And we say we don't want railings because that would disrupt the gameplay. Or we put railings up there, whatever. And then we slowly do that. So this is just the block out. A level. Here's some other examples of blockouts with a very low resolution image. Here's a good example. Or like Uncharted actually is a good example here. So here's a block out from Uncharted 3, it looks like. Or 4. That's 4. There's my game. Played the game and he shit his pants because he didn't know how to open the door. So is that immersive, Jim? Did you do it? Hey, room size. It is a silly game. Okay, so the main issue with these walkways is that the player, if they could get up onto them, could easily finish the level, right? So we don't want all of these walkways to actually be walkable. And any point at which we want the player to get up here, we want it to be in a very isolated, designed way. Why is the time already showing 45 minutes of stream? Because I've been online for 45 minutes. Doesn't feel like it though. I would like if the player could jump up briefly here. And I don't mind if it happens briefly here too. We'd probably want a doorway up at the top for water storage, so you could get onto the other side of it. That could be doable. I don't know if this jump is possible. It's way too long. Yeah. Ain't no way. But maybe we could put some railings up here. Make the main character a gay black woman. There's a difference, narratively speaking, between shitting pants from incompetence versus. I think at a certain point, though, if you need to shit so much that you're about to shit your pants, I think it goes. I think fear is always a part of it, right? Found something funny about that? Yeah, I did. Very funny. Do you do night shift for Sweet Baby Inc. C-Spawn? Is that who you work for? I knew it. Hey Lou, how you doing? Good Monday. Happy morning. This is too high for the player. Oh yeah, way too high. But we do need to get the player over from this one to this one. Let's make like some catwalks we would put up around the water synthesis that would be expected. You just woke up? Sounds like me. Are you in Europe too? Or you like sea spawn and you're in other part of the world but waking up super early? Actually, in this case, it'd be easier just to make a square. Well, no, it wouldn't be because I have to make stairs that go up, right? You're in Europe. I am in Poland. We got people from North America here. Oh, some from South America. Had some individuals watch from Japan. It's pretty cool. Oh, from Netherlands. The crazy language of Dutch. It doesn't seem it should be like a real language. We can all agree that Dutch is the craziest language ever to exist, right? How wide is that? It's a pretty good width. Doesn't need to be exact though. It's just America. Well, I think there's a pretty big distinction between North, Central, and South America. Not just Dutch? Frisian? Is that a language? Oh, it's a group of languages. I didn't know that. Wait, that's so weird. There's like these tiny... What the hell? Vaterland tree. Is it Frisian or like Frisian? It's so crazy. It's so... Holy. It's like 20 kilometers. You just meet people that say... Boking harder. What is... Oh my god. Pellworm. It's so crazy, but it's such a small area, and you're telling me that there's differences between dialect? Fucking hard. No, it's an interesting distraction because I have no, you know, like the US is so big, but there's differences in dialect between culture and region, of course, but it feels more massive, right? You might get some different word usage down in Texas or in Alabama than Montana, but you know, that's such a large difference. And here you just have like 20 kilometers and apparently people can just speak vastly different words in such a small area. Yeah, I would say the East Coast does have quite a large difference in such a small area, right? Next village, different language. Sounds like, there's some places like that in Poland, like Silesia, or like the mountain language. Yeah, there are pretty big differences between ethnicities in the U.S. too. I think New York would be pretty wild though, because you'd have so many different languages and cultural hubs. This is also what makes it really interesting. We wouldn't hit our head going up that, would we? No, we're cool. I want this section of the game to be a bit of a puzzle, but like a safe puzzle. You're not gonna die here. You know, there's nothing that can kill you, but rather you need to find in a very visually busy location of the game your way out of here. Your neighbors don't sound the same even though they lived in the Netherlands all their lives. I mean, the Netherlands is pretty small, isn't it? It's pretty similar to like, I mean, UK, there's a lot of different dialects too, right? What does it kind of equate to? From my understanding. Kind of West Virginia, but still, I think small. More like New Hampshire and Vermont. It's crazy to think about. That's crazy. I can't pull sizes of... Oh yeah, I can pull sizes of states. Wow. That's really crazy to think about. Maybe it would be at a stricter angle. Damn, we look small. That's kind of what I like about Europe too, is just how much cultural and historical difference there is in such a small area. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a benefit in the US between, you know, traveling, let's say 20 hours on the road, and you end up in a place with a lot of the same stores, all the same brands, the same currency, the same language. There's a benefit to that. But you know, vastly different, like, let's say geography. But I do really appreciate just how different Europe can be in a similar distance. That doesn't need to be too exact. I noticed this is a white American thing. I've noticed that y'all don't really talk or care about where you're from. I agree. I think there's been this like Americanization and a drive, like that's a proper term too, a drive to forget about your history and your heritage. And I don't think that was a good thing for people moving from Europe. I can understand why they did it, but also I wish there was more, a larger focus on tradition for every family. Was. People don't care where Taylor Swift is from. That's kind of true, isn't it? I can't fault that. I mean, you see it in movies, right? Where you'll have like those first or second generation Americans and they will have, you know, they might have like people in their family that still speak the language because they, you know, they grew up there and then they moved to the US when they were, I don't know, like 20 or 30 or something. But then their kids might speak the language, but maybe not, but they will for sure speak English. And then when they have kids, those kids won't know the old language. And then it's forgotten in all the traditions. You still see some of it though, but not as much as I think would be beneficial to have. Well, like I said, I think there's a benefit to everybody uniting under a single banner. I think it's a good thing, but forgetting those traditions, where you're from. In the US, you end up with too much of a focus on skin color as some big differentiating factor to how you act or what you should believe in. And that's not a positive thing. That doesn't mean you don't get racism in Europe, of course, because you do get a lot of it, but just... I don't know. I don't know what I'm saying. Heritage is valueless in the moral standards of a purely capitalistic wage slave environment. Well, I don't know if those two things are super related, but I could be wrong. I don't like jumping over water with a large... Well, I'm not saying that all traditions are good or should be kept around, but I think that there are some traditions that are help to ground people in those shared values, or they can look forward to, you know, dates in the calendar that they can do something. It'd be nice if the player would jump up here and could get on top, but we would need we need a couple of things here in order to jump up on. Obviously, the water synthesis machines don't need to be perfectly geometric, so they could have little things jutting out from them. Yeah, knobs or blocks, exactly. I'm thinking the same thing. The route should feel intentional, but still natural, you know? Like, this is still a factory, but, you know, use your imagination in a factory to parkour. That kind of thing. How high are those railings? They could be up a bit more. I guess what I'm trying to say is I think it would benefit everybody in the world to be proud of where they're from and share their traditions and culture with other people. But the Americanization of immigrants led to a forgetting of that culture, almost intentionally so. Well, this isn't a water vessel. This is a water synthesis machine, which is completely fictional in this case. So it would just look however we want to make it. There was a whole East versus West Coast thing that led to some pretty bad fights and feuds. I do listen to quite a lot of G-Funk and old school hip-hop. That makes me black, right? No. Obviously not. I'll make the railings and then just copy it over. So it'll be pretty annoying of a level to make and block out, but we can kind of extrapolate how much time it will take to properly create a level like this and what we need to be modular. I wonder how far you could jump over from that. Imagine Queen and Sting making a geographical war. Crazy times. Crazy times. I think that multiculturalism can have that negative effect though, where people get very tribalistic. In those settings. And I think when you give people the chance to engage with other cultures, they often will choose not to, even if they could benefit from doing so. Sadly. Though I think that in some cases being tribal is a positive. Well, bit of a catch-22. People get the most tribalistic are the people who have provided the least to the tribe. That's an interesting way to put it. I can't necessarily disagree with that. Like Polish people in Chicago, I know the guy who spent about 6 years in the USA and barely speaks English. Well, I think it makes sense. I mean, if I were moving to Poland, which I live in Poland. Let's say I was moving and there was a culture of English speaking people here, or Americans, and they lived in like a residential block here in Poland. I would be more inclined to move there because at least I would have like a support group, people around me that I know I could speak to or to go to, and I wouldn't be afraid that they couldn't speak my native language. Or they might be able to help me with things that I'm going to be dealing with on a day-to-day basis. Like, oh yeah, you want this because this matches this brand from back from the States or something. Or we have, we've all moved here, we've all immigrated here. Here are the legal processes, and they can speak to me in the native tongue. It's just, it makes sense that if you're a Polish person moving to the US, for instance, switching the roles, you would be more inclined and more incentivized to move to an area with other Polish speakers or other Polish people. And I don't think that's a bad thing. Would I ever say anything about cultural appropriation? Ask them what they've ever provided to the culture. Cultural appropriation is such a meme. I mean, I think that there are people who are trying to appreciate a culture, but are doing so in a way that is a bit cringy or a bit silly. But I think there are also other people who are trying to... Why does that not match up? Who are just trying to appreciate a culture. Or for instance, let's say they like the clothing of another culture, and so they wear it during a, you know, cultural event. That's not appropriation. That's appreciation. I mean, I get what you're saying by saying that culture is theft. I don't know if I would word it like that personally, but it is all just a... it's all in the same spectrum. It's humans finding a way to express themselves and live. It's like it's a group identity. And tries to say he enjoys speaking with people who are the same culture as himself. Check skin color. Well, looks like your skin color is a little too light to prefer your own. Skin color is silly too. One person does something and others copy, they feel like it's okay to copy because they look like the person they stole from. I mean, how do we define stealing from somebody else's culture? And is it okay? I mean, if somebody else's culture, let's say, does something good and positive, and, you know, is it right to, if we want to use the term steal from that culture? Or let's just say emulate? I mean, there are some cultures that have pretty harsh punishments, let's just say, for people who have certain sexualities. I don't think it's wrong to define that part of that culture as inhumane or brutal. Would it not be good for that culture to emulate cultures that don't do that thing? This looks good enough for a blockout. We might want to get a bit more precise or snapping later, but I'm okay with how it looks here. It'd be cool if we could jump over to that. You know, like maybe on this second synthesis machine, whatever you want to call it. Some of the platforms have fallen, so you can't walk up it normally. I definitely missed some in there, didn't I? Okay, I got them all now. K-pop is doing it. Imagine you do something and then somebody else comes and copies you and gets more success because people would want to see a white man do it. That ascribes value to culture, though. Like monetary value. I don't know if that's... I mean, if people are ascribing value, like monetary value to something based on the skin color of the person doing it, then I don't know if that's a problem with culture as much as it is with somebody just being racist. I think culture is a silly idea, just like copyright laws is a silly idea. What can see monkey do is human nature. Well, copyright makes sense because you are monetizing like an idea, right? A creation. But culture is something that you get from just when you grow up. But don't you think that the market decides the value there with like a Chinese restaurant? Like, do you need Chinese people to make a Chinese restaurant? Does every Chinese person know how to make a Chinese restaurant good? Is it not flattering in its own way for somebody to learn how to make Chinese cuisine and want to start a restaurant because they love it so much? I mean, this might not have like a right or wrong answer, right? I think it's more of a philosophical. Mark decides they would decide that they aren't going to eat at a Chinese restaurant with an all-black staff. I mean, if I'm looking at a restaurant on like Google, which I would think most people do when they're looking for like a restaurant to go to, and I see a Chinese restaurant with an all-black staff and kitchen, but it has like a 4.9 out of 5-star rating, and then I see one that's all Chinese and it has like a 2.5 star out of 5. I'm going to the 4.9 star any day of the week. Because for me, I just want good food. I don't care who makes it. You don't think it'll ever get to the point that it's 4.9? I mean, maybe. Maybe you're right. I can only tell you that I wouldn't contribute to lowering a restaurant's value just because they don't have people in the kitchen that look like the people that are supposed to be making the food. Air quoting on the supposed to. I don't need to make it look good. I just need to provide some reason why you can't jump from there to there. Even though you still could. You did not allow that. A little different when you bring different countries, though. I think the same could be said with like Nigerian food. I mean, here in Poland, you have a lot of restaurants with almost entirely Polish staff that are, you know, making food from different cultures. And sometimes it's, you know, sometimes it's good. Like, I went to a Mexican restaurant here in Poland with Polish staff, and it was really good Mexican food. It wasn't, I would say, authentic, you know, because it is like Polish-ified. Same way that like Japanese McDonald's or McDonald's in a lot of places have localized dishes and menus. I don't think you can jump up there still. Maybe we made it too close. Maybe I do need to move it up so that that kind of behavior isn't possible. The challenge is we can't really go beyond a 25-degree step up like. But if we went 25 degrees up here too on this side, then maybe we could get away with that. I mean, the only time that the player is doing that is here, so the only two we really need to care about that are going to impact gameplay significantly will be these two. So maybe we can just find a way to not enable that here. We basically just need the whole second level to have been destroyed by something. Want to talk about culture theft? There's the real culture theft, nasty population that keeps making remakes of old movies and TV shows. I do that a lot. Mike Judge? Who's Mike Judge? I'm not good with names. I mean, I don't think people should be making fun of other people's cultures, but I don't mind other people trying to engage with other people's cultures. I mean, that's kind of how immigration happens in the first place, right? Is somebody wants to move to a country and they need to be part of that culture. So, you know, what's wrong with them enjoying that or finding a new home in the culture that they're moving to? I don't think you can have your cake and eat it, or, you know, you need to have your cake and eat it too in this case, because you can't have it one way or the other. Oh, that might, okay. Okay. Yeah, now I know. I know. Shame on you. Okay, shame on me. I mean, for instance, would you say that it's cultural appropriation for me to move to Poland and to start enjoying Poland and living here, to engage in its culture and start to learn the language and learn the memes, enjoy the history, enjoy the people. Would that be considered appropriation? And would it be okay if Polish people enjoy when I engage with their culture? I think these are exactly 500 units apart. So if we find this recipe, let me do that first. I was breathing air years ago, and you breathing it is cultural appropriation. I don't know. When I was a kid, you know, I think you grow up and you start to enjoy your culture quite a bit. Once you engage with other people and you start to realize that there are way more similarities than differences, even with vastly different cultures. Like a lot of people, even in different cultures, like for me, as an American, Japan is like the opposite culture, right? Like some East Asian culture. But we really just want the same things. We just have different traditions and methodologies of trying to obtain those things, right? We all want happiness, financial security, love, you know, family. We want to taste good food. We want to go to entertaining festivals, things like that. But you know, it's hard, I think, for Americans, particularly, to engage with those other cultures in meaningful ways because of Americanization, because of the vast, distance that you need to go to experience other cultures in a significant way. But moving to Europe has definitely helped with a lot of that, because I get to experience lots of cultures in really close distance. I can just hop on a train and, you know, go to Germany, right? Or go to Czechia and experience some similarities, but still quite a lot of differences. And I like that a lot. Well, I mean, when I was growing up, I listened to music from, you know, anywhere between like the 30s to the 80s. That's what I was listening to. I was a bit of an old soul as a kid, so. I still can't make that jump. Well, actually, hold on. If I move this over, is this in a position where I could make the jump? I still don't think so. It's not even close. Oh, shit. Okay, maybe there's something else sticking out. Like here-ish. It doesn't really matter. We can always change the level design a little bit here. Yeah, by the way, don't... I only warn you, do not type a message like that on Twitch. Even if you're joking, if somebody reports you, they will block your account until you prove your age. They have to. Okay, what if there's pipes, actually? Maybe the pipes could work here. Because we haven't thought about the piping here. But we need the oxygen and the hydrogen to be piped in here. Yeah, chain or rope or a pipe. I agree. I didn't even think about it. It'd be nice if we had some color for like some piping. Just to help differentiate. Solar years on your fictional planet. We'd probably want two like larger pipes and then it splits off. So maybe this could be hanging in the center. Two of these here, one for oxygen, one for hydrogen. And then you just jump, you just jump on these. We only want to prevent the player from getting over here too early. So we could have the pipe broken in the middle and the player can't jump over to the other side. But we'll just make this like the intermediary. I think it does have to be higher. I wonder where our limit is if we want to be able to make this jump. It can be a hard jump too because, you know, this is right at the start of the level, so if the player fails, you know, they don't really lose any time. If it's a tougher jump, I'm okay with it. Supported by, yeah, I'll probably be like hanging them. Dutch. You didn't put any Dutch in there, did you? I assume as a Dutch person you have seen the opening scenes of Monty Python and the Holy Grail with the Dutch jokes about the moose. I never knew that was Dutch as a kid. I just thought that they were, I don't know, you know, putting some random things in that were hard to read. And I didn't learn until I was older that that a lot of it's Dutch. Probably, you know, fake words, but still meant to mimic. Very silly. Oh, recently I started playing Tainted Grail, Fall of Avalon. It was a game I didn't get to play in last year. Pretty fun. Pretty janky, but in a way that is enjoyable. Feels like a AA RPG. Close enough. Just needs to be kind of in the middle. I have to watch the boomers trying to relive their youth instead of watching the next generation develop and form their own culture. In fairness, the newer generation's culture is not something I would want to engage with. I'm not a boomer. Does not have to be specifically accurate. The good news is it's low enough that I think that players could not really get anywhere even if they jump over to these. Where's sourcing hydrogen and oxygen from? Just to have a big tank of it? We are sourcing the... Okay, so the oxygen comes from the hydroponics area, which is producing oxygen for the facility, and also piping it down to this level for water synthesis. The hydrogen is a byproduct of the smelting and forgery of silicates and iron oxides. And because the planet does not have any natural water on it, we need to develop it. They're pretty good actually here. No, it's a fair question. It's a fair question, and that's how we're doing it. I think it's a little bit ridiculous to think that the hydroponics area could produce enough oxygen to put oxygen in the whole facility, but we will try to make it significantly large enough that it makes sense. The hydrogen is actually the more believable part. The oxygen is a little bit of a stretch, but the hydrogen is there's a lot of hydrogen byproducts from the metallurgy, and it's reasonable to think that in the year 2284, when we are traveling 50 light years to build a mining facility on a very hot planet, that we might have the ability to capture the hydrogen and separate it from other byproducts enough to pipe some of it down. I agree they'd be hard to isolate, but let's just say that that is one of the new technologies that slag metallurgy has been able to develop in relation with their mining facility work that they do with exolith extractions. I mean, is it hard to isolate? Sure. After 200 more years or 250 more years of R&D, I think we could maybe say that there has been some breakthrough in isolating that hydrogen. And that's what we're going to go with. Super shocking at the particles. Just use Doom logic on all of it, huh? Okay, I agree we do need something to hang in order to hold these, right? So that is very, very... I agree with that. We'll need some pipes coming over. This doesn't need to be a hard jump, by the way. We just need to get the player from here to here. It doesn't... How we do that is not really a huge concern. Capturing the energy coming off the water synthesis? What do you mean the energy? There'd be shit tons. No, you just use glue. What are you talking about? Just glue the particles. These are new cold particle fusion water synthesis machines. That's how it's done. Well, I mean, we do have the energy creation down here with the geothermal power. Dangerous if you mix the O2 and H2, you basically have accidentally made a bomb. Would you be mixing the O2? Wouldn't it just be pure oxygen though? Not O2, but O? What you're saying is we need an excuse for why this is a lot safer than it is traditionally expected to be, right? We do need an output pipeline though, you're right about that. Unless we pump it through the floor. Well, this is hard sci-fi. It needs to be believable. So let's say, I mean, we even have legitimate super alloys here that are being used for walkways above the lava. So, you know, we need to think about this. It needs to be believable, potentially futuristic, maybe sci-fi, but believable in a way that, okay, 250 years has been enough time to develop some solution to this thing that in our current year is problematic. And it's okay if one of those things is that we have a way to minimize the energy from fusing hydrogen and oxygen particles. Fire may be little explosions from high purity gases spontaneously combusting. Could be done. We know we need it. One of the days this week I will be taking off, by the way, to do stuff for lore, so I can do that on that day. I just don't know what day that'll be. Maybe Friday. And there wouldn't be a stream that day. Yeah, I can get behind that. I mean, we'll cut the player off from being able to get over here. We'll say the pipes had broken there too. From the rock burst. Nice music. This is the first Octopath? Yeah, Tressa the Merchant. What's this environment? This is the water synthesis part of the facility on level 6. After this level, we would have a brief stint in tungsten and silicate mining gallery. We'd also have water treatment, which we might put either above or below that, I'm not sure yet, and then cryo storage. This will be like the main section of the level, and these would be smaller areas that you walk through that might be like 5 to 10 minutes in length, but this cryo storage would be the main one as the main focus. So we would probably do, I don't know yet. We'll worry about that later. Order in that case I don't think matters too much. It's too steep for the player to climb up, so that's fine there. I like the idea of this like getting bent upwards. The player has to climb up here to get onto the catway. It's like a puzzle kind of game. It is a precision platformer, but the levels are designed in a way that it does require a bit of thinking in that way. And additionally, there might be some levels that do include puzzle elements. Sans, thanks for the follow. Happy Monday, guys. Yeah, and we could say that sheer force from the rock burst has showed maybe like a crystal up through the floor. Which forced and bent the piping upward. And then a piece of that fell down here. Close enough in length. Is that gonna cause a problem if I allow that? I don't think that's enough distance for them to jump anywhere. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. It's a little bit close for comfort. But I don't think the player will be able to. We'll need to consider time skips if we want any here. Maybe one here, but we would have to angle the pipe down quite a bit. Is this a new playlist? No, same playlist. It's 18 hours long, so usually we, you know, get through about like 40% of it for each stream. Wouldn't really make sense. You don't need a time skip here. Whatever we use to get over here, maybe like a forklift or something, or one of those. They're not forklifts. What are they called? Like the machines that you can drive around, but then it raises a whole platform up and down? Scissor lift. We could do like a scissor lifting here. Look at Dave up here. I don't know why he looks kind of silly though. He's so into it too. Really good hair. It's fun to do. It is fun to do. Going up and hearing the sounds. I guess you could save some time doing this, right? A little time save there. I'm cool with it. I am afraid of heights personally, but it's okay. Like there's a point where if I can see the ground and I feel in my mind that if I fell, I wouldn't have a serious injury, no problem. No problem being up that high. But at the point where I start feeling, oh, I could get seriously injured, the fear kicks in. So we could scissor lift here and maybe have a time save jumping from there in some way. You have the fear even standing on a stool. Jeez. That's pretty hardcore. Failed to say. Oh, because I have two versions of the editor open right now. Oopsies. Let's hope everything is saved. How you doing, Turning Cog? We need to make this purple. As our crystal. I'm doing okay too. Had an okay weekend. Nothing special. New anime season started, so I've been watching some new stuff. What color do we want? Maybe we can make like a darker blue. Out of each shower nap. The weather was horrible here in Poland yesterday. I didn't even go outside. Maybe I'll put a little text marker here to make sure that I know that it's left. Otherwise, I will look back and think, what the fuck was this supposed to be? That'll help me a bit. Pretty big scissor lift. We can absolutely do the stacked crate method. Push comes to shove. Let's definitely do that. Let me get the walkways copied over again. You've got enough bad reviews, your puzzles are like, push A to watch the cutscene where the blocks are stacked and fast forward. Still having problems saving those? No, it's okay now. It's okay. We don't want to lose progress. That would suck. I want that to be a time skip. But that needs to be just barely reachable for the speedrunners. Needs to be moved closer. We're gonna make an alternate route that leads, you know, let me throw a spline down. Sometimes YouTube recommends me a video of video two where some new video essayist has just discovered how he really enjoys QTE and how back in the day people don't like them. Okay, hot developer designer take right here. There is very little functional difference between a real-time combat game and a QTE. I think people don't like the delivery method. But there is no functional difference between having to press a button at a specific time versus having to press a specific button at a specific time. And I think what people don't like about QTEs is both the method of delivery, but also the rapid change in gameplay. It's jarring. Makes it inhumane is the wait for an unknown. It's the same as having an enemy do something unexpected every single time. Yeah, I can see that. It's like you're being asked to play a different game like that, and you don't know when that's gonna happen. It makes them like hard just jumping. I don't know how much time this is going to save, so I'm not gonna make it just yet, but I would like a time save here in some way. So as long as this jump can be made, that can be the start for it. I just feel like the dev wants to do something really cinematic, but is looking for a way to make a video game. You ever looked up if any billionaires were convicted of murder? Trojan Manga, how you doing? I would think that they would have enough money to probably get off of it, right? Unless the evidence was just super obvious. If you have that much money, I feel like you wouldn't commit murder yourself. You would just pay somebody to do the murder. Man, I don't know if that jump is makeable. All I know is we definitely don't want the player to be able to jump from here until they get to here. Because at this point, this is not a time save, right? Because the player's already gone around in this area, in the water storage. We need some way to prevent... I could angle it further to the left, because that might be possible. Unless we move this up. Irish people just kill people because they're in a baby rage. I could see that. Yeah, like their chef had to take the day off, and they didn't know how to make food, so they got sad and just killed somebody. I could see it. Okay, it just needs to be broken enough that the player can't, you know, jump up to here from there, so. Or jump up to here. I think that this is still possible. We'll just say this piece fell off. Oh no, not the black cube. Yeah, that's not reachable. This can be challenging. I'm okay with that because the player barely loses much time and doesn't die if they fail this. I just kind of need to know if it's possible. I just don't know. I don't think it is. I think it needs to move a little bit closer. Isn't we made an OJ endurance racing game? Juice on the loose. I mean, that looks like it might be doable under perfect conditions. Oh my god, please. You don't think it is? I mean, because maybe I'm jumping too early, you know? Or getting the right angle on it. I don't think it is either. I think it's close. I could, you know what, let me turn on dilation. Let me get some dilation going. Like a pregnant mother. Stretch that. I'll just throw it in. Oh, this is the child. I take that back. Okay, does it work? Oh, T is also my teleport. Hold on. Not T. Sure, do V. I don't think V is anything.
Daddy.
Okay, we do have our time dilation. How you doing, Dremox? I need a free debug chemos as hard as naming variables. How you do, Gil? Our game doesn't have too many inputs. You know, 0.5 is too much. Or too little. Let's do 0.1. I don't want it to take 10 years for me to get moving fast. I thought I was pressing S. I pressed A. I wait. It is not possible. Or if it is, it's so difficult that it's really not a reliable time skip, even for speedrunners. I could turn on the jump debugs if we want to see exactly how far away we are. That might be beneficial. Let me do that. Where is my tick mantle check? Line trace. Yeah, let's draw that. We'll do the capsule trace too. The others shouldn't be needed. Hey. Oh, we're still really far away. We're still really far away. Sons murder their fathers in finance. Where are you finding all this crazy lore? Well, it's too easy. Go back a little bit. Still too easy. If I can do it, it's too easy. The problem is I need to do it in order to test it. We might have a problem here. Okay, that is doable. That is pushing the mantling check to its absolute limit. I don't care if it looks a little silly though. Flashers? Is that like a speedrunner? I don't know many people in the speedrunning community, but I think after we release the game, I will start to know them. He's a tester? Well, our build with this blockout is going to be available publicly. It looks so silly in slow motion. Now that works. It is very specific. You have to get that right on. But I'm cool with it. Yeah, and once the player can get up to here, there's no worry if they can jump backwards, because that's going backwards in the level anyway. No big deal. Thanks for the follow, Gil. Nice to meet you guys. Welcome to the chill hangout spot, where we talk about weird topics in order to pass time. You know all the people, it sounds like. I have one QA friend I can get to test it, but I don't know if he wants to. You don't know every... I just imagine, like, no, I know everybody. I have everybody's emails. We could do some boxes here, like some rubble that fell from the rock burst. We only really need a reason why, because the player would be able to get into the building, of course, and there should be some sort of stairs here. I don't know where. But we do need some reason why the player can't go up those stairs. Add mine to the list? Well, our goal is probably to, by Wednesday or Thursday, especially if I have to take off Friday, to have a build of this game for you guys to download and play. Probably via our Discord. I'll post a link there that'll be easy to access, especially if I'm not online. That's the plan. And it shouldn't take too long to play. For people who want to do some testing and see if they like what we've made so far. We'll say a big piece of rock came in here and has damaged the lighting. Wrong folder. Yeah, the stairs will be broken because of the rock burst. A lot of shear forces. I mean, this probably wouldn't be here anyway. And then we'll just put like an opening up here with some rubble to indicate that there were stairs. Something like that. would be good enough. I think that's too large. Yeah, that'd be pretty good. Pretty good for stairs. We can make some initial... I don't know, we don't need to look great right now, we just need it to be part of the level block out, so... Good enough. There can be a little bit of like a railing that was here or something. Although I don't know why the... why there'd be a... Eh, fuck it. We know the player needs to come through a hole here. Whatever else is there right now, like a window, I can ignore that. Window not important. And this will be cheap debris. It's pretty dumb looking stair debris, but good enough. Big rock came in, no more stair. McGuffin event. You know, let's ungroup that and we'll take the glass down. Pretend it's shattered. I'm just not gonna shatter it, but pretend it's shattered. I don't know if that jump is makeable. close. I mean, I could maybe move this over a little bit more, but I don't know if that's even doable at that point. Unless there's like a railing on top of the scissor lift here. I mean, this scissor lift doesn't have to be the same height as this one, right? We can just take that down. Doable. That is doable. We're gonna make a quick desk. Very simple desk. Just needs to be the right shape. I do want these to be crawlable under, which may make them kind of inaccurate in terms of height. It's a really tall desk. And even I can't fit under it. It'd be easier if we were like first person or something, or we could shrink the player a bit. I don't want the clipping. Shit. I was gonna have like some, you know, some like destroyed area up here where the player would have to crawl under like desks and some dividers. No, let's just say some debris came in and we'll have like a little crawling section to move up to towards like a vent. Could make this part of the time skip. I'm gonna have like a piece that came out of the wall. Let's put the vent up here just so we know where it's gonna have to be. Come like this. How wide is the player there? Player could fit. That's pretty good then. Okay, that's need to be as tall, but doesn't really matter. I would imagine that would be. Fuck are we? Oh, there we are. I imagine that would be pretty good height. Let's try it. No, it could be wider and it needs to be a little bit taller. Close. Player's just a bit thick. Oops. Really? How fat is our character? Okay, that's better. Okay, so we need to get the player up there somehow. Would be the answer. I think ideally I would like to have some crawling area here. Something that takes up enough time that this time skip actually saves time. Crawling and mantling are going to be the most realistic ways to slow down the player. So we'll definitely say that there are like a bunch of desks up here. Like laboratory equipment kind of things. Pretty good height, I would think, for a desk. A little bit smaller. You assume the player sits down, loses about... That's too tall. Actually, how tall is my desk? I don't know, it's like 2 feet? 3 feet? This is assuming that the user has 90-degree angles once bent. It would lose about that much. I think it could come up. Yeah, that'd be pretty. What does it look? I don't know. It just looks small. Maybe it's the third person view. For a desk though? Doesn't matter. Doesn't fucking block out. None of the level art matters. Only the level design. I'm not going to place a whole bunch of desks around to mimic what the setup of this should be. Rather, only place what's necessary to show where the player is expected to go. Poke through the floor? No, it's okay. Recently, they'll probably just make Lumen fill in the blanks where there are no furniture assets, hallucinate an office. What, you want to scare all the Zoomers who are afraid of a job? I want to get the player back here. I don't know if there's enough space. There is not. Gonna look a little weird until we have the pathway sorted out. What is our maximum height that we can do here? might still come down a bit. And this needs to go out. Too much needs to go up a little bit. Niche Kata, thank you for the follow. Hope you guys had a good weekend. Is the ceiling too high or are we too fat? I think we're too fat. They're pondering the idea of making somebody show up for a Half-Life style chumped hero story, but he's not actually there because he works there. He just shows up unemployed to cause trouble.
Daddy.
Speaking of people causing trouble. We're still too fat. Oh, it's because I think it's angled down more. We're actually making the player move more in that direction. Let me go like that then. Oh yeah, that's doable. If we wanted, we could make this a bit muddy. I'm curious where the light would come in from here, though. This is not Unity. This is Unreal. We're doing the block out, though. That's why it looks so, like, basic. It's just the level design. Then we'll have to determine what assets we need. Okay, I don't really have a lot of light here. That doesn't help. Maybe wireframe will help temporarily. Okay, I cannot fit through there at the end. Since it's already been done in Uncharted. Yeah, Nathan does kind of find himself in situations just to cause trouble. If we make this muddy, would significantly slow the player down. I don't know if it would be fun though. More just an annoyance in a case like this. And it doesn't make sense. Like I wanted to have some of these tanks burst. And not flood the area, but of course have some wetness, so mixed with the natural debris from the rocks and shit coming in, you would have some mud getting created. But it would be more on the ground area. maybe on some of the catwalks if we want to say that some water sprayed up there, but always have some burst pipes. I mean, if this is like chemical and QA, then they're doing some testing on the water in here. Maybe they could have had a tank in here that burst, created some mud. Something small but believable. And that was like burst a bit from the rocks coming in over here. It's a sci-fi game. You can add the little flashlight gem in the belt from Demon Souls, but plutonium like in the Simpsons intro. You know, there would be some evidence for that based on our ablative, our radiation ablative that we would have, which would be primarily neutron protecting. Although I don't know if I'll give the player a light. But maybe. Not sure if I'll make it plutonium though. The jury's out on that one. You can imagine this a bit crumpled and pushed to the side. Am I developing this project myself? No. We will have one person in 3D to start, and then somebody assisting with some of the programming needs. Once we get this out into early access, though, we will likely be finding somebody full-time for level design. Not me, because I'm not a level designer. And probably be commissioning some people throughout the course of development for things like sound design, concepting. We'll see once we get to early access. Oh yeah, that was we're still too fat for that. We might be too thin? No, we shouldn't be too thin. Okay. We're good. What the blackout should represent is just the rough shape of the rocks that we want here and how we want the player to platform up them. And then we have some rocks that we can place to mimic that desired route. We did put mesh blend into the project already too. And that'll be very, very useful for like natural style barriers, like the rocks and crystals and stuff. I'll throw like a tiny little glowing red light over the shaft vent. Just as a little bit of a natural invitation. too thick. Okay, something like that could work. Something like that could definitely. Although I don't want it piercing into the factory that much. And we'll delete this. Say that that has destroyed, obliterated. It would be nice if you could see that from walking in here. It's like the player has to know where to go once they're in here. And I just don't think that that's visible enough. The light helps. Better than yellow paint. If it were more on like this wall, it might look better. Had time off from lectures at school, still doing work and exams, but it's enough time to make me feel sad I have to go back. What, back to school? Okay, get rid of that for a sec. I have an obvious problem with the lighting down here as well. And a lack of it. Like, we could shine light into this. If we want to say that one of these did survive, but is just crooked or something, you know, hanging. But then the whole angle at which this came in doesn't really make sense. And it doesn't provide enough light throughout both sections. I'd like to be able to see the end of this path. You can't really see that. Only really get a glimpse here. I just don't think that's gonna do. It would be easier if these were rocks, because I could angle them a bit easier than cubes. I have an idea. I have an idea. Delete that for now. Delete that for now. Okay, what does that look like inside? I don't know if Lumen is gonna pull in enough light from that. No. But we could have something here. Some testing machine, right? And maybe that's got something on it that can provide some shine. Doesn't have to be ballistic, just has to be something that can provide the purpose that we need. I mean, the emissive source might provide enough of it that I don't need that separate point light. Maybe. Really piercing through. But I don't think the angle of the point light is helping much. No, we're just not getting good bounces in there. Not unless we actually put something in there, which is not out of the realm of possibility either. It's so really fucking bright. It is so bright. And even a little bit is kind of a lot in some of these scenarios. Jesus. Hard to just see this thing and where I place it. I mean, those purple crystals are kind of supposed to be glowing, aren't they? I always have a crystal coming through. I didn't make them glowing, but I could. Maybe that's a solution that we can do. A very dull glow, but still a glow. Purple's good too for colorblind people. Okay, it should probably be pretty thin. Or just a visual strip used for getting some extra light. Add some bathrooms with windows. Or if you go to the bathroom, how are you supposed to do your job? I need you to work harder. Not go for a shit. God, I can't see anything. I don't know where the... Okay, this is the pathway. I do want a piercing here, but just the corner. Up here it pierces a little bit. That is going to make it difficult to crawl through. We'll pull it up through the ground. It's not piercing the... Glowies is what weirdos call feds? That's a weird term. Well, I mean, if you have water storage, so there's 3 massive water storage here, right? And we could say that these are either mostly intact or completely intact or whatever. Even if one of them is intact, the entire facility should be able to survive for quite a while. Thankfully. They're just that big. The only reason I don't like that angle, or the... I don't like that angle. I don't like that angle because it blocks the vent view. Stupid vent. Or should be your prisoner who's sentenced to mine here. It's more like that. Well, the lore is that you were the safety supervisor. And you weren't really listened to. I think that'd be pretty good. See if we get stuck. That's workable. Workable for the first pass. Then we just need to deal with up here. Player should be able to get through here. We don't want the player getting up here. I'll have to block the player getting up there. Okay, that looks okay. That could work. I still don't like how difficult it is to initially see, mainly due to how far back it is, but that could be adjusted better once we are actually placing down rocks and not blocks. We could also make it a bit darker in here, which might help make that red light stand out. Maybe. But it is going to get really noisy from a lumen perspective. No, no win, mates. This is just people looking to make some money. I don't care too much about lumen noise at the moment, though. But we can always place some things on here, too, that make it stand out. That purple is also visible, too. It doesn't need to be obvious, it just needs to be inviting. No, it'll look better when we're actually placing rocks down, I think. Although we probably don't want the player to be thinking that they need to jump down here. Though it isn't much of a loss if they do. Okay, here. Jump shouldn't be too bad. That jump's a bit tough, that's fine though. There's no like death in this area, there's just time loss. And it wouldn't be much of a precision platformer if you didn't have to be precise. Sometimes. There's kind of gods in Starfield. There's the Great Serpent with the House for Rune. Borderlands, kind of? Oh. That should have triggered. Let me try that again. Why would I ever load up Roblox? We just have to remake the level again. Yeah, but here's the thing, I don't use Roblox, and Roblox's character controller is different than the one we would have in this game, meaning that even if we make the level, we would have to remake it again for a new character controller. So it wouldn't really be helpful or save time. Yeah, something's weird about that. People do make Roblox games for a living. I do not. Shouldn't be hitting a undesirable angle. Well, maybe it could be. Yeah, I'm really not looking to make some game that is monetized in some way like that. I wonder if it's hitting this. No, it says it's okay. Green is good. Green means we can climb. Don't really know. Why that wasn't succeeding. I mean, how far down we are shouldn't matter here because the downward trace would still be drawing the capsule at the same location. Get that. Huh. Well, that's weird. Wait, check again. Yeah, it's just failing to climb that. I wonder if collision could be weird. But it's hitting, so I don't see why that would be the case. I mean, nothing's above our head. Check again on the side. I'll debug the trace. No, it's going through everything correctly. You self-learn this stuff? I did. Holding any part of the input movement, or the movement input, should just automatically try to climb. I have an angle threshold, but it's showing successful. It's showing that it's fine. Green good, red bad. Red means we can't climb up to that. The green means that we can. It was showing green. It was showing a lot of green. What, the drawing part? Which drawing part? No, you can press space again to try and trigger the climb, but in this case, as long as you're holding any input for movement, it should try to do the climb. We'll check this. Yeah, it was definitely more than a frame. You're right. So there's something wonky. There were a lot of frames. This should only happen while we're in. Keywords fail. Our capsule. Boolean didn't bool. That's exactly what it looks like to me. Did we ever change those values? 3590. Earth surface. I don't use physical materials for the climbing, but I do use physical materials for surfaces. Like icing. But this is just a visibility trace. It shouldn't be angled too much. I mean, that's not even that harsh of an angle. And it wasn't turning red. Okay, well, not true. My tick trace wasn't turning red. But this should be the same logic. Could be an edge case angle. But I know it's this failing. I know it's that failing. Despawn, that is exactly the problem with watching game dev on YouTube. You get a bunch of videos from people who actually don't make games, they just make videos about making games. Yeah, why is that one red but my other one is completely okay? What? The problem? These pass. I do invert the boolean here. Why? Oh, but I invert that here too. $91 on the Z. $35.90, no complex tree. Exact same. UE5 in the first few vids about how Unreal 5 is ruining games. Red Interactive. Babyface Interactive. Who has never made a game. We're pulling the adjustment for curved surfaces from the impact normal. It's really the exact same thing. But if I stand next to it, it works. But if I fall into it, it doesn't work. Or not. What is this one little fucking window? I didn't... Wait. The Michelin Man is not our character. He's just the skeleton we have right now, the mesh. It could be something to do with... I don't know why that's... Because, like, it's hitting here. It's saying yes, you can here. But this one is failing, and it's failing right here. Which is the exact same capsule trace check. It is point for point the exact same. I mean, this is just a check. It's like, can we climb this? Or does it have an interface that tells us not to? The same check here. It is going past this. It is succeeding here. This is skipped. We can ignore that. I mean, the only way that it would be different is if this was different. And the only thing that's different there is whether or not we're tracing complex, which could be part of the problem, because it could be returning information from the complex collision of the object. Which could be fucked up on these meshes, which might be the problem here. With the complex collision on these meshes. I just hadn't noticed that until now because I'm just using basic primitives. Which I think is exactly the issue. Fucking complex collision. I don't know why that would be returning such a weird result though. Are these meshes just really that? I don't get why that would be an issue. I don't get it. I don't get it. Right, give me a sec, I gotta go to the bathroom. Or somebody else trying to get in and I didn't draw my hand well enough. Now my hands are wet. I just wipe them on my pants. I don't want to have to rely on the simple collision of these objects in order for that to work correctly. I don't know why the complex is failing. I mean, if anything, it would just give us a more accurate hit. And it was only the initial line trace that was doing the complex check. It wasn't even the capsule check. In the case of this mesh, the complex collision shouldn't be different on this wall from the simple collision. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. Now, wait. Wait, the simple collision only has 2 rectangles. Well, the line wasn't giving the error, but the line was the culprit for... I don't understand that. That doesn't make sense. Why is that fixed? Well, what's really weird is that on this mesh, oh no, it does have full simple collision. But why would that? Why is complex failing? Yeah, I don't understand. Capsule trace is simple, the line trace is complex. So it has to be something about the hit location or the impact normal that is grabbing the wrong info. But that's the weird thing, is that the capsule trace is showing correct. Or no, it was showing red. The capsule trace was showing red, but it was showing red because
Daddy.
this was obtaining wrong information. But I don't understand that. I really don't understand that. Let me quote break it again. It's weird because it was only breaking on this mesh. How you doing, Rex? We have an issue today? A very weird one, yes. One that didn't make sense. I'm gonna pause it when we actually hit that. Yeah, no, that's fine. I can do it here. I think. Although I kind of wish it would draw. Actually, just resume it. Oh shit. I need to skip to the next frame. It shouldn't skip the node, it should fire again. I'll try with time dilation. Maybe that'll increase the number of frames that we have here. Worst case, we'll just add a debug key for pausing it. Try to pause it at the right time. Okay, just... But even if it's hitting multiple normals, it should only be returning one of them. And it would indicate that doing any trace on complex geometry would be impossible because it would be catching multiple normals. I don't see that being the case. I mean, it could be. But we've tested it on way more challenging geometry than that, and it has not failed. And this is just a flat, curved surface. Oopsies. Why is it going away after the first check? You know what, maybe it's flushing my input after it hits the breakpoint. I could try breaking it with the tick trace. That would be much easier to debug. Yeah, it shows red. It shows that it's hitting something. I mean, it's possible that if we just move up the capsule trace a little bit, but we already did that. It's retrieving the same info. Unless it's not. No, it's an issue with the height. But I don't see why the height would be an issue unless all this time we've just been getting really lucky with testing it. And it's not checking the capsule high enough, which is probably the issue. I literally think all this time we've just been getting lucky, and the simple collision that it wasn't supposed to be checking in the first place has been at the right height that this has never been a problem. But moving it up by just a couple of points gives us exactly the outcome that we... Although I should be doing it separately from sending that info here. No, it's not the mesh. It's this. It's specifically this. It's annoying, but I know why it's going on. But I should have both of these checking complex then. Realistically, all of these should be checking complex. If we're gonna do it that way. The difference in checking complex is that there's two separate collisions. There's simple collision, which you can give to a mesh that does not match its vertices. And the complex collision is the mesh's raw vertices. So you might have this complex, weird looking mesh, but then you just give it a simple cube so that the player can walk on top of it without, you know, being all funky. But for like a trace, for like shooting through a, let's say like a railing, you wouldn't want to check that shooting trace based off of the simple collision, because then it might just hit the cube or the rectangle that you gave it for simple collision. You want to check the complex. You want to check its actual geometry to see if the player is shooting the railing or shooting through the mesh. Well, if we're doing, well, we need simple collision anyway, just for the player to walk on, but complex will be what the player actually hits. And here we shouldn't see the problem. Yeah. Hopefully that doesn't impact any other part of the game. If anything, it should make it more accurate. It shouldn't impact it. We should have the exact same result. Or a little bit better. Oh, well, it's not going to impact the cubes anyway, because the cubes are already very simple. But for the complex geometry, it should make it more accurate. We'll see. Problem is fixed though. Is Arc Raiders movement? It is highly suspected that Arc Raiders is using ALS as well. Yeah. Which is pretty smart of them. Although a very customized ALS. I don't think we have any other complex geometry that we could check this jumping on. The only non-primitive that we have is like for the fan at the moment. And for any of these, but these shouldn't be impacted anyway because the complex collision is pretty much the same. That's so weird because we do the same check in, we do the same mantling in our immersive sim prototype. We never saw any of that weirdness. It would have popped up eventually anyway if it was working off of the complex collision, so. All we're doing, if I can show you on the side view, previously it was checking the simple collision, which could have had the same issue. So we do a downward trace and we check where that hits, and then we do a capsule collision matching the player's capsule height above that to see if the player can stand on top of it. And I guess what was happening with the simple collision is that the simple collision was already a bit above, or no, the issue was that we were doing the complex collision but then basing the capsule off of simple. So there must have been some minor like pixel or two discrepancy between the simple and complex, which wasn't the case for our primitives like the cubes and the cylinders. So I just switched it all to complex, and instead of I just do, I just move the capsule draw 2 pixels upwards, or 2 units upwards. Why not? Seems you've resolved the problem. Their fall damage? No. Yeah, the capsule shouldn't hit anything. And that it's green if we don't hit something, it's red if we do. Let me show you the... So if it is green, that means that we can stand up where it's checking, right? Our character will fit. And that is one of the elements to tell it that we can climb up there. If it's red, that means that we can't. Like, that's too steep. We can climb up that way. No, the angle's pretty good. The angles that we can climb up on, I forget what it is that I set it at, but I think it's like 45 or 50 degrees is too much for the player to mantle up onto. One frame there was successfully getting up there, so. Yeah, the roundness of the capsule should avoid it. And we do an automatic, so you can see here that the capsule is actually drawing above the angle. I do an automatic angle detection system. So on completely flat surfaces, if I can find something 100% flat here, like this, it draws pretty much right on top of the thing here. Although now I've given it +2 on the check there. But if it is angled, we draw it a little bit above to account for the angle. So you can see that the bottom of the capsule is not anywhere close to the... And that is my nodes. The tick check though is not doing the +2, so I can give this the +2 as well, just to be on the safe side. +2 shouldn't impact the game significantly, and I think +1 would be enough, but we'll do a quick +2. That shouldn't be super noticeable. Yeah, it's not super noticeable. It could impact checks though, just because it is +2 that we're checking on height, so anything that is extremely specific to the player's capsule height is going to be a little bit messed up with that. But I don't think there's anything that we have in the game that's that specific right now that a +2 would hurt it. At least I hope not. I don't think we have anything in the game that is so specific to the player's jump or to the player's standing height that a +2 would be a problem. Yeah, wouldn't be an issue. Where were we before that problem happened? Well, I think I was complaining that this was still hard to see, but that we would resolve it with an LD pass. When we actually come by to replace all the blockouts. that poking up a bit too much. Easily resolved. Alright, we can turn off the tracing. I think we're good. Alright, we'll have a small ventilation shaft, and then we're popping back into the full facility with some quick jumping over these. I don't think these are supposed to be complex jumps in any way. Nah, they're pretty... We'll get the player up to the catwalk here. Although we'll need to break the catwalk behind and in front of the player. And then we'll put some simple double doors up at the top and catwalks. The smearing is bad right now because of the emissiveness and Lumen trying to handle it. We have a very much needed planned pass for working on fixing nanite Lumen megalites. What do you mean? It's because we're not relying on any. There's actually no. There's no lights in here. It's all emissiveness. Which was also the same thing down here, but we had a lot of light coming from the lava, so we don't get too much doing here. It's so damn bright. Rabbit hole, but it's a necessary rabbit hole. We don't want smearing. DLSS 4.5 did improve motion vectors. I'd be very curious to see what 4.5 looks like, because we could enable it in engine. Yeah, just stuff we have to do as a dev, right? But it's not necessary to do it this phase. And it looks ugly, but it doesn't really impact performance that bad. Like our GPU time is pretty damn good. And if anything, I think that those windows are actually being a bit of an asshole to the frame times. There's a bit of lighting calculations there. ESR is eating up a lot of that too if we just switch back to like FXAA or something. A lot more chill. I think that's TAA. I think FXAA is method 1. But then you get a lot of flackering. Oh no, 3 is FXAA. 1 is TAA. If I remember correctly. Here we have a lot of jaggies though. TAA is cheap, and TSR is our expensive super resolution. Assets will be pretty complex. We're going for nanite. Nanite won't eat performance too much. Lumen will be the biggest chungus to that. Nanite's not too bad these days, though. Okay, we need to break the middle section. It can be hanging, it can be doing anything. I don't really care what it's doing. .45 will be decent because it'll mean that the player can't walk on it at all. Or we could let the player walk on it, but I don't see why they should. Hey, take care, Kevin. Are you gonna leave it on? I don't have to do that. I don't really care if that's clipping right now. We do need the player to be able to get out of there if they fall. So go like that. Let's make our vent shaft. Which should be what inside? You know, speaking of arc raiders, we should play some more someday. About that. Oh, it's too deep. Oh no, it's pretty good. A little bit wider. Yeah, it's pretty accurate. How much room is there between the wall? Not a lot. I have an idea for it. Get the wall made though. Okay, a little bit this way. That's pretty good. Top and bottom. Yep, that's good enough for a blockout. All right. Cool. We'll need the insides done. I think it'd be cool if there was a little bit of like a shape here to move around in. And it wasn't just, you know, a straight L path. We can always put in like little mini fans and ups and downs and blockages. Nothing too crazy. Let's move the player up first. Why is the height so different? Not gonna matter after I do the height changes. I'll grab a mannequin too. Hey, yo, Snowy, thank you for the follow. Lots of new people today. Hope you're enjoying the blockout. Yeah, the player is crouched in here, to be fair. I want the player to be able to stand up and jump up to a smaller shaft. They'd probably be looking at like a height like that. Be pretty good. And we'll move the player over and then down for a bit of a long shot. Though this is mostly crouching, so I don't want it to take too long because it'll get boring. Okay, we'll move the player down. Is it still going in the wall? Yeah. I think we're good. Oh yeah, we're good. Okay, up here we're gonna go down a bit. We'll try to have like some dead ends too. Nothing too maze-like, but just enough to be appealing. We could put a little time skip in here, so we could say that there's actually 2 connections up to that shaft. And maybe the player could get into that top one and not have to go down here and then up and around. That actually be done though? No, I mean, because the player doesn't stay crouching while falling, right? So it would have to be enough space for the player to climb up to. If we wanted to do it that way, which I don't like. Nah, no time skip here. No time skip. Okay, go here. Okay, that's enough room to stand up. Climb up. But we could angle the ventilation shaft. I'm not sure the design of this ventilation shaft would hold up under scrutiny. Alright, let's get the walls. We just need barely enough standing space for that to make sense. But you'd think it would be like square, right? That should be good. too far. That's just right. Pull these back. Only thing I don't like that we might want to adjust at some point is I don't think this jump would actually work. The player can't actually stand up there. I did want to add like a jump and crouch. A separate test to like move up and then crouch instantly. I don't think that would be too challenging to do. They would just need to do a separate check if the capsule half height is enough and then just force the player into a crouch. But we could always pass it away by doing the classic. Like put a fan up here. Coming from another ventilation shaft. Probably what I'll do. Game dev magic. I mean, it'll provide some light too, so it's not the end of the world. And block the... No, that looks okay. Okay, we need to make a really small fan now. Little baby fan. Let me grab the same arms data from the fans down here. That'll save me some time. Hey, said Unicorn Kitty. Good morning, evening, afternoon. I forget which part of the world you're in. Good day. Okay, so we'll do that. We do want the center to be visible, but we're going to scale these down. I need this centered in the shaft. $4.50. Oh, you're in Canada. Canada. Land of maple syrup. And French people, not in their native habitat. Oh, that's close. Oh. Now we're barking up the fig tree. Let's lower the rotation rate. Let's try like 25. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Gotta go for that, you know, like ventilation blue light. Player doing this level? Trying to get out of this level. Technically. The player doesn't want to be here, but they are here. I'm making a blender. Yes. Yeah, that's exactly it. Attenuation on that. Boost it up a bit. I think some more light down there would be nice. I like how it's off center. Okay, it's just a block out. Not meant to be exact. I wanted some light in the back there. I mean, we could also do the good old classic ventilation lights. That does not add much light, does it? Holy. I suppose they don't have to. They're a bit silly, aren't they? Oh well. It's not like you have any other games to play, right? They're kind of moody though. Look at the ghosting though. It could be. It could be worse. It could be worse. It's just a blockout. It's true. It's just a block. I shouldn't get so up in my arse with my panties about it. Canadian French and France don't get along too well. Well, to be fair, I don't think French people get along with other French people at all. If you ask a person who hates France the most, the Frenchman will be the first to respond. My source is other French people. What are you looking to validate? I'm looking to validate whether or not it is fun to platform. And if it is not fun to platform, then this game has no point existing. Okay, that'll work. Fucking neighbor. This is level 1. What theme is this room? This theme is the water synthesis plant. I need to cap that off somehow. Do this. And we can move this up. Broke Somi, how you doing, man? Oop, that's gonna be Don't click those links. Never click those links. Don't do it. You click those links, pictures of your penis will pop up on the internet and be sent to your mom and your grandma. Those are evil bots. Okay, the player will stand up when they fall down here, but that's fine. They'll just have to crouch again. We need to make sure there's enough crouching space. Go password manager. People using Google's password manager? It's got to go up a little bit. Okay, that should be good. Kind of annoying to make these primitives. If you don't have Bill. Well, you know what you can get, which is more safe than Google's password manager, is Proton Pass for only $2.50 a month with our affiliate link. That is less than the price of coffee per month to have your password secured on multiple devices. Safe from random Twitch chatters asking you to try their games, but actually just phishing you with links. We could put more of those lights down. I don't mind them. They're kind of cool. Even if they create some emissiveness ghosting right now. It'd be a little bit easier if this game was first person, but it's not, so. Poor schmuck wanting you to play his airship game. Well, I'll tell you what, I will play anybody. I will like play anybody's legit game if they don't come in here and their first message is, "Yo, can you try out my game?" Jiggly Bits Donger. Jiggly Bits Donger, what a name. I know you're a real person because no bot's gonna make a name like that. I wish they did though. People don't know manners. I mean, some people don't like it, but I can't differentiate between a bot that's trying to send me a phishing link and somebody who actually wants me to play their game. The math formula username. No, I'm all for trying other people's games. I don't mind it at all. But you know, if I was just accepting everybody who comes in here with their link and their game, that's all the stream would be about. And primarily we're a game dev stream. I need people to be a little bit of an active contributor. There's just not safe for work. There's dongers everywhere and they're jiggly. That's okay. Hey, not safe for work games make a lot of money. I'm considering making a yaoi game with my wife and having her do the writing for it. I mean, I don't know what those sites look like. All I know is I left one in chat and somebody told me that their antivirus flagged it. So we're just not going to take the chance. I don't want to be responsible for that. That's pretty cool looking. I don't know what's lighting it, but something is lighting it. The magical ventilation lights of games. Yay, mystery light. There's something fun about crawling around ventilation shafts. I don't know what it is. We'll make an immersive sim one of these days. Fun stuff like this. I don't really have like a metal grate to put here. I might just make like a hashtag with some primitives. Act as that. We'll just do this. Oops. I bumped the numpad. It flew me back to a bookmark. I just need to see if it's like reasonably visible, even with scuffed lighting at the moment in person. Yeah, it's pretty good. I gotta start that angle a bit. Feels like tired. It's a good thing, I think. This part's a bit silly. That. But I think I can make it work. Actually doable. No, the angle's all buckled. Doesn't have to be. Has to work. Doesn't have to be perfect. We can do another, you know, vent light here, and then get the player out here. It should be pretty easy to see the lights. Ooh. Can you imagine doing that? You make all that progress in the level just to fall to the bottom again. Ooh. Don't know what our dimensions are. Or what they should be. Ever heard a Canadian accent? Sounds really bad. I live pretty close to Canada. But there's like Canadians from the cities which don't sound too much different from how I sound. Have you recreated a GoldenEye map? Just you wait. We'll do a full run through of what we've made so far. But we need to have like an hour left. Because I'll probably fail a little bit. Poland is it? Do I sound Polish? Big. The map in GoldenEye just like this. Then yes. If it means that you like the game more, then yes. Whatever your theories about it are 100% true. If it doesn't make you like the game more, then no. We are not recreating a GoldenEye map, and we have not been inspired by GoldenEye at all. Oh, look, there's a little, there's a hole. We can't have holes. These holes are not goals. I will plug the hole. Okay, so this is a weird tangent, but you guys know how they, in like stores, they make sexual toys, but then call them something different so that they don't get in trouble? Like massage wands? If they were trying to market butt plugs, in a similar way, what would they name the butt plug? I guess you could say it's a bottle stopper. Though the brilliance of the massage one is that you can use it for massaging. I don't know if there's an alternative use for a butt plug that wouldn't be to plug a butt. You could say it's like to hang, you could say it's a coat rack. You know, stick it on the wall, you can hang some. Using AI can be a skill issue, and that's why people think AI is trash, because they're at the lowest level of what AI can do. I mean, I don't know about you guys. I don't ascribe much value to AI, and it's been shown that humans generally don't ascribe much value to AI. Or to AI generated like art. As a replacement to human innovation, people do not seem to like it. And the morality of it too. Yeah, there's an ethical part of it. Very true. There's a proper term for it. I don't know what, can't remember what it was, but there's a term for how valuable people think something is based on how much time they perceive it to have taken to make. Now, at a point where you can't distinguish between AI and human created, that aspect of it falls apart, right? But at least at the current point, that issue does stand. I can't see the light that well from here. I wonder if the attenuation on this point light could probably just be higher. It's not bleeding through, right? It shouldn't be bleeding through. Very quiet today, new mic. It's the same thing. Maybe I'm just not speaking loud enough. You found a precision platformer that is somewhat similar to my game. Go for it. I bet it's not, but go for it. We'll see what it is. No, the attenuation is more than enough to reach that back wall. I wonder if it's just not bright enough. Garganta? No, this came out sooner. Not really similar. More alien than anything. Android racing to neutralize a device. Oh, it's more like one of those wall running games. God. Yeah, see, I'm not a big fan of these precision platformers where they just like keep adding in, oh my god, 2 FPS. Well, I don't know if there's any... Here's the thing, if I play these games and I kind of pull something from it, I don't want to accidentally do that. But I can definitely say it is not that. The only similarity is that it's a precision platformer in a sci-fi setting. Thankfully. That should at least make the fall easier to see. So Metroid. No, it's GoldenEye. Don't you remember? James Bond Freerunner. Yeah, I don't know. It's I've tried playing some of those, and there's like a hyper fixation on movement styles that are like parkour and fast and like Mirror's Edge, and I think that those games are really fun, but they tend to be so fast paced that you aren't really engaging with the level that much. And at a certain point, the more tools that you give like that, the easier it is for people to break the games. So you get these really, really large scale runners that are fun, but they all end up kind of playing in similar ways. Maybe that's just me. Titanfall? Well, the Titanfall devs are now making a game called High Guard. I think we've all heard about. Is that hero shooter game? Yes, it is. It's wacky and zany and has wacky characters. Oh, so you mean all of them? I think they can each make it from wall running. Another form of traveling. It's not a game where you punch to project yourself around the map. It's just fully made a game based on a mechanic. Yeah, I think that those kinds of gimmicks are really cool to make games off of. You know, specifically like with platformers, they made one recently with like an egg. And before that, you know, there was like the I Am Bread game, right? So there's been quite a few of those that are based on gimmicks. They seem to do pretty well. As weird as it might sound, I don't really want to make a gimmick. I think a gimmick is a very easy, unique selling point, but I'm not sure if that is the only way to do it. Why are there lights in the vents? So that I can see easier. Don't think about it. The soundtrack is really good. This is from Titan Quest 2. I was also very pleasantly surprised by the quality of the soundtrack. Could I add a torch to the character? I could. I haven't, but yes, we could. It's Mario. You just have to guess what my game is. Wrong answers only. Oh, it doesn't need to be perfect. This will need to make a hole for... Too high. No, it should be the right size. I don't know, just it looks too high. I think it's okay. We'll try to roughly match that up. Kind of annoying. Making enclosed spaces with primitives is always troublesome. I think the player can jump up there. No. Blocked it. It's dumb. I know what the... I know what it is. I had offset this purposefully, and I need to do the same offset here. That's the issue. Okay, I think that'll work. Oh yeah, that's more than enough space. That's a good thing. Okay, this needs to be chumped here. Good enough. Good enough. We'll put one behind us too. It could be higher up. Like this. Okay. Oh, good. And just these two annoying sides to plug up to. Okay, good enough. And at least... a little... it's a little scuffed in it. But it'll work. Okay, block this up. There's okay and hasn't eaten into this. Nope, that's okay. And we'll take this fan. If we want to get the light perfectly behind it, we can. Not a big deal if we need to do that. Doesn't matter, it's blockout. Not even the real game. Stop it, idiot. Hopefully that hasn't invalidated any of the lights here. Their attenuations are kind of overlapping. Probably could use spotlights instead. Would be cheaper too. Okay, I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. I think we covered up all the seams. And 5. What is that one? I don't remember fucking with that wall. Looks fine though. Okay, we get the player up here, we get into the shaft. Temporal noisiness shaft. There is a something blocking this here. What is this? Oh, that's too long. Okay. That fixed. I didn't know that was Pearson. I'm a crack of flare. Yeah, it's pretty dark. I think it'll look a bit darker on stream too than it'll be to play, but we know we need a brighter light here. We don't know what that will be. I don't mind if we need to give the player a flashlight. I'm okay with that. Third-person flashlights can be a little bit annoying though. But we can do it. The vibes are nice though. The vibes are nice. The player takes about 50 seconds, so if when we do the time skip here on the yellow, we, need it to be a bit of a challenge because it will take far fewer than 51 seconds. But it is way less, or it is way more challenging to do the time skip because you might fall. And there's not really a possibility to fall once you're doing this shaft stuff. My thinking was we just do like a little bit of a grate hanging down. Something that gives you just enough space to stand on. You can jump off onto the fluid container. It looks like you got shrink down in size and are fighting your way out of the refrigerator. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's actually what the whole game is about. The metaphor for refrigerators and how getting trapped inside one sucks. Okay. That was annoying. At the better part of the day just doing that. We'll need to get the player up here. Somehow Palpatine returned. Let's see. Oh, I forgot the railing here. Fucked up too. Kleptomaniac. Thanks for the follow. Please don't steal my game. Well, actually, I don't care if you pirate my games, but... Better that than not play them, right? You're like, what's going on here? We're doing the level block out. Nice and simple. We don't really care too much about how it looks right now. Hey, Fox Snacks. Fox and Socks. Fox Snacks. Lord, forgive me. Yeah, so this is just a level block out. So we just want to get the rough pathway of where the player is going, what they're platforming on, how the level kind of is supposed to be shaped. And then we can come through and do a mesh pass. We can get the actual meshes in the game once we decide what meshes we need. And then we can finally do the texturing pass, the lighting pass, and get the levels finished up. But this is a really fast and easy way for us to get this out to playtesters and see what they think about the game. What they like, what they don't like, sections they hate, sections they love. As long as we can get the player up here, this should prevent them from jumping over here. Thanks for explaining. No problem. Any other game dev questions, go ahead and ask. Although I mostly know game design. Not going to be too helpful in art or programming questions. You know what, we'll pull it in just a bit more. Although realistically, if this had like pierced in, then these would be have like crumpled, or maybe have like crumpled downwards. So maybe we can just crumple these downwards a bit. You like BBW? Nice. That's supposed to just be rocks came in from here. And then we'll make it pretty with pretty rocks. Eventually. Yeah, I'll fix the railing too. All right, I'll fix the railing. I was gonna leave the railing, but we'll make the railing look kind of good. All right, there you go. Is that immersive now? That part of the railing fell. It's so believable. Happy designing. Just passing through, so on your recommended. Well, thank you so much. Not on the front page, right? I'm not PC enough to be in the front page of Twitch. One day. That's really cool. Thank you so much for appearing. Thanks for the follow. Hope to see you again. Have a good rest of your day. Alright, now that he's gone. Oh. Oh, shit. No, take care. See ya. These people finding me. There's got to be at least one streamer out there who gets really upset with new people joining. Probably not very successful, but I remember there was one streamer who oh yeah, I think it was a guy. He was like calling out lurkers and asking them why they weren't chatting. Like he'd opened up a list of all the viewers and was specifically naming them and asking them, hey, why aren't you chatting? That's a choice. Yeah. Which has a long history. Been some pretty crazy stuff happening on this platform, hasn't there? Not always very good things, but crazy. That's a stream you'd watch. What, just for the memes? I don't know why I did this. This is not relevant to show. But I did it. I do need to make sure that the player can't jump from here over there, and I think that after I moved it, it's probably pretty impossible. Way too far, yeah. If you can somehow manage to find your way up to here from here, then honestly you deserve that time skip. I can only predict what the speedrunners are gonna find. And I'm sure to have not predicted everything. The good news is, because we have this here, we can make a little piercing crystal. Good old favorite. Although if I do that, then it'll become easier to jump over here. Did I really miss that? No, there's no way the player can get up there. We're good. Alright, we need to get catwalks on this side of water storage. Let's do that. You move those things what feels like 100 times, man. You better get used to it. You're gonna see it 1,000 more times. But we want to do it properly so that we know how long it takes to make different parts of these levels. You know, we have a rough idea. Time taken. Where's the sea spawn? The character spawn? For this one level of the facility is down here. You gotta get your way all the way up there just to get through level 5. Then it's another 750 meters up to the top of level 4. Which is about the same height that this is. The whole facility is 2.5 kilometers. Yeah, they moved water synthesis and water treatment down as they built the facility. They equal, yeah, well, yes. Obviously, I did. This will be broken here. Let's say it pierced the whole wall. Came in at more of an angle. So it knocks this out too. That'll work for me. Must be fun to have a world that people love and everything you say goes. Well, first you have to make a world that people love. But I agree. It would be nice. I'm not gonna put in here the crystal hole. We'll deal with that when we build the wall. We only know that the same crystal should go all the way through, so. Okay, do that. Yeah, that'll work. We can make a little piece of this fall. Just dangle off. As long as the player can't jump between that. Right now, I think that is jumpable because of the railings. I will make them a bit smaller and say that this is knocked out a piece. Or dangled it to the side in a way that could be used for a timescape. Be a small one. we can make a hard enough jump from here to here. Let's see why not. We're having some piping going up. I don't know. I'm winging it. Definitely the player can't climb on that though. Yeah, and that's too far. That is currently too far. We'll try to place some pipes in this room that don't look like you could climb up and find a way around, but you can, and save some time going through some more ventilation here. God, I need to make more fucking ventilation. Or we can say that this has like opened up a small little cavern wall and be more ventilation, because that might just be annoying. I think this is more than enough ventilation for the level. We'll try to find something more interesting to do over this way. We could do a small little cavern section with some exposed lava. That could be nice. One of these tanks should be partially destroyed. We could say that that's this one. It's a bit on its side. That could be how you get over to here. Imagine missing that jump. Like that. We need to make it so that also if you either can't get up here. Yeah, we need to make it so that you can't get up there. I mean, if this is like open and some water has spilled in, then we could say that just the gushing of water has like broken the scaffolding here. And so all of this is on the ground and kind of washed. Doesn't have to be super precise or good right now. Move that like that. Good enough. Delete that. Player can still get up here. This washed away too. It all washed away. To be fair, I think it would wash further, but that's a level art issue at that point. The important thing is the level design dictates that it can't be there. The level art can dictate where it's supposed to be. As long as it doesn't break the LD. Yeah, good enough. That way, if the player misses this fall, you know, they might be on the catwalk. Are we okay with that? No, I'm not. This is a precision platformer. It is meant to be difficult. And if you fall, you are a loser. Do not fall. Don't get here and then choke. Ooh, that could be fun. Yeah, it could be fun. It needs just you know what? Let's get a push out of the wall. So let's say like something came through, maybe like one of these crystals. Crystals that horoscope ladies love so much. We just cannot make it climbable. But I like the idea that maybe you could jump on here and then get over that easier. Going to play this with DLSS 4.5, 360p upscaled to 40k. You know, the funny thing is the CPU usage of this game should be pretty small. The CPU usage should not be very significant here, but the GPU usage could be. But that's why we will be doing a optimization pass even before going too early. And then we will of course continue to address feedback throughout development. Shouldn't be climbable. It's too high up. The GPU is gonna be will be pretty big. But we're gonna be really careful about level streaming. You know, we do have some larger levels, but they don't utilize a whole lot of materials and textures that should differ too much. And Rex and I have already talked about minimizing texture usage to limit VRAM. But of course, if you cannot afford to have like Lumen turned on, you can always disable that and use fallback screen space. We'll just be we're gonna be carefully monitoring it. We're not gonna start optimizing too late. I can tell you that. Like from a CPU standpoint, nothing much is going to change about like this level compared to what's already here for the CPU. And it really isn't that high on its own right here. Some levels might be more crazy than this one. GPU we can't really test yet. No, I think optimizing games is very important. We're not just gonna throw things into the scene and not give a shit about it. I can say that for sure. That jump needs to be easier, and obviously the player getting stuck down there is kind of annoying. I can solve that one. I don't want this jump up here to be bait. I don't mind if you can jump to that crystal and then jump over. I'm just not sure I can move this. And that's already like right at the edge of what that jump is possible. And here you can't even make it, so. If we need to move the intermediary tanks over, we can. Although it might mess that up a little bit. There's nothing saying they have to be symmetrical, but I imagine that the design would be symmetrical. Even if it is doable, it would be like pixel perfect. I just don't see that. And I don't see it being necessary in this kind of level anyway. It's really close. But I do not want that to be pixel perfect. You know what I could add? There would be like guardrails up here, wouldn't there? And there could be some guardrails that are still on there. We did talk about adding that, and I didn't add that. Just try to get closer. How you doing, Sean? There would be like some guardrails up there. You know, maybe some have fallen off after the burst, but I don't think they all would. I'm not gonna get too freaky with it right now, though. Like some sexy boot that you wear to slide on guardrails. I don't know if it's that kind of game. There will be some abilities though. The first one we're going to give is double jump. Which of course would make a level like this a lot easier, right? Or any of these levels that we've made so far. The thing is, we need to know when we're giving it out, and then design all the levels after that with the double jump in mind. Ratchet and Clank did do it, you're right. I don't like where that appears. It looks bad because it's primitives. I think that'll just look and feel so much better when it's actually modeled. But with that on there, it is way more doable. So we'll just say these should have guardrails. I'm not going to give guardrails to all of them because that's an obnoxious amount of work, but it is doable. Yeah, it'll be a bit fucked up, right? Because it got damaged. These jumps just shouldn't be like pixel perfect. They just need to be... You need to take care when jumping here, because if you fall, you have to start back at here. Like most modern games. I feel like most modern games, especially open world games nowadays, have gliding. Some form of gliding. And boy, do I fucking hate it. Or like Genshin style wall climbing. I guess Zelda did it too. Where you can just climb on any wall. They've removed all thought behind maneuvering their worlds. Flying mounts kind of have the same effect. This shouldn't be a long level. This should be like 10 minutes max for this level. Yeah, I don't like the... I don't think it's a good way to say it. I think there's a better way to say it. There's... Not minimizes, but it removes the feeling of being grounded. I no longer think about where I need to go or how I might be able to get up to someplace, because I know that as long as I get high enough, I can just glide, or I can just fly there. And I think it kind of works in Genshin just because of how overscaled the world is. I don't think it works in every game like that, though. Are you a fan of Guild Wars 2 jumping puzzles? I never played Guild Wars 2. I know that a lot of MMOs have jumping puzzles like this. I can only say I really enjoy jumping puzzles in games that don't feel like they should have them, because oftentimes the character movement controllers in those games are very simplistic, like you see here. We need to get over to that somehow. I'm thinking pipes. Pipes and like wires. Or I guess you could just make that jump. Flying gliding for the sake of accessibility over gameplay. Yeah, I don't like it at all. I mean, I kind of liked it at first, and it is beautiful being able to glide up from a high place. But if it's too easy to like fast travel up there and just glide anywhere in the world, can you imagine it in Skyrim, right? Where it's kind of cool. But then if you think about how it impacts the way that you play the game, the optimal way is just to go up to High Hrothgar and fast travel there anytime you need to glide down. And so now it's not about exploring on foot, and all of the foot encounters are just no longer existent. It minimizes the gameplay. Yeah, if there's a way players will do it, yeah. And I really enjoy what like Death Stranding does, and Death Stranding 2, where if you want to have those easier ways to get across the world, you need to go there first. And it's not cheap, it's not easy, but they've built the gameplay to support the like the monorails. And even then, the minimization to the gameplay can still happen. Stop at the second, make the last one explode. I'm not against events like that, somewhat, but I am against them in other ways, and I'll tell you why. The game needs to be speedrunner friendly. And some events like that might... Not that one specifically, but if it's randomized, it could be a little bit broken. Could do it like crumpled or something. Like something came in from the top and crumpled it. We just need to get the player up here. Or no, I'm sorry. Up here, right? Yeah, we actually just need to get them through the wall. So this could be a bit like crumpled and broken. No, you're right. I take back what I said. You're right. I mean, that would lend credence to the reason why this wall is open and you have this exposed cave, right? So, I like that idea. I mean, there's like brewing a potion just because you can mix shit together doesn't mean you should. I think what happens a lot is that the developers will see a game like Genshin Impact or Zelda being really popular, and they will ask, well, what do players really like from this? They'll say, oh, players really like being able to glide around, so let's add gliding to our game. But then they never ask themselves, well, how should the level design change if we have the gliding? Because they'll design their levels in a way that makes sense if you walk around, but then you can also glide, and that's when it starts to destroy the gameplay. It's like, okay, I can just glide over the gameplay then. So why have it at all? Why have anything on the ground if I don't need to be on the ground? I mean, look at how like people interacted with World of Warcraft after they added flying mounts. They don't. They fly everywhere they need to go to. The world no longer has value. Need to get the player in this wall and then out. And we know that these jumps work. We don't know how the player is going to get out of this yet. We just know we need a cave. A little cave. Yeah, game min-maxing, adding mechanics. The point where we'll make the most money. Just a financial goal game design, yeah. You need to beat a zone to unlock flying. I remember that in WoW. I mean, look, I never played. I never played it. Maybe you did. But think of it like games with automation, right? Think of it like Schedule 1. And I like Schedule 1. I'm not trying to say Schedule 1's bad. But at the point where you can automate doing everything in Schedule 1, what is there left to do in the game? And maybe you could say that, well, automating everything, you have beaten the game. But then there's nothing after it, right? The game says, well, you can continue playing, but there is also no windscreen. It's just you get bored. And I'm not sure if that's a fun way to end a game, is that you keep playing until you get bored. Because then your last thoughts of playing the game, your last moments, are just you being bored and maybe feeling like you have a sunken cost into the game too much. That's just me though, right? Like, these games still sell well, they're still really, really good. But I'm wondering if stuff like that, where you have the automation, or where you are allowing the player to skip past all of these things, then makes the game uninteresting, and whether or not that's a positive thing for the player. I guess the benefit with like a game like Genshin is that most of the gameplay was on the ground. And the goal wasn't to get from point of interest to point of interest, but to explore. So the gliding was a meaningful way to explore, as opposed to being able, as opposed to skipping the gameplay. Because if you just glided everywhere, you would go to new regions, but there was nothing for you to do in that region, because you might be under-leveled, things like that. But if you ask me, a game like Elden Ring is the right way to do it. Don't give the player any way to skip the gameplay like that. Just don't do it. Just make a game where you are walking on the ground, and maybe you have a horse to do some platforming, but it's not a replacement to going into a cave and not being able to use your horse, right? What color did I make it? We did the light brown. Most people don't complete games. I think if you're talking specifically about completionists, I think only 3% of players are complete. I'm in that 3%. And I can tell you that there's a lot of games out there that are not fun to be completionist of. They've purposefully designed their game that if you want to 100% it, because you love the game so much, it is actually a less enjoyable experience to do so. And I think that's also very weak game design. You punish the players that like your game the most by making them hate the game. I don't know what the pathway is going to be here. How wide is this? Genshin made the best version of a gacha game, which can be like gacha games are trash in reality, not real games. I agree. I do think that though the Genshin is the most, has some of the worst odds for a gacha game, but it is one of the most fun gacha games. Like, it's actually just a really good game. Every time I go back to play a little bit of Genshin, which is like once every year, maybe 2 years, I actually just have a lot of fun doing it. It's fun to explore. It has really good level design. The combat's enjoyable. It's easy to play. You just throw it up on the screen and watch listen to a podcast or watch some YouTube on the side. The animation's good, the artwork is nice. Yeah, if the gacha odds were better, I wouldn't mind it, but they're just not good. You don't really earn Prima Gems very fast. I mean, I understand that they need to make money, but with how fun of a game it is to play, I would rather pay $60 for Genshin and not have the gacha bullshit. If they said we're removing the gacha stuff, you can earn pulls pretty fast in-game, and you can't buy them in real, but you need to pay $60 for it, I would instantly buy the game. I like what some companies in Japan have done, which is set a spending limit per day for accounts. I think if I ever worked on a game where there were in-game purchases, which I don't ever see myself doing, but if, I would set a spending limit. It's just an ethical thing at that point. Spending limits are cute, really shows the dark side of monetization. That's a good way to look at it, and you are right. Yeah, your game is so addicting that you need, or people are so addicted to just spending money instead of asking themselves, do I need this? I mean, let's put it this way. Let's take a game that is really addicting to play, that people love to play, like Stardew Valley. If Stardew Valley implemented small, little purchasable cosmetics as microtransactions, how much money do you think they would make? And this is just assuming that people would be okay with it, right? Because of course they would. But let's assume that Stardew Valley was designed like that in the first place. It's scary to think that it would actually be extremely successful. Stardew. Like, take a game that doesn't have it right now, but is really addicting to play, and people have spent hundreds of, or even thousands of hours playing. And imagine if it was designed with those cosmetics. So exact same game, but just cosmetics, nothing pay to win. With mobile support a lot, without mobile support not as much. Yeah, I can see that. I think you're right. But it does have mobile support. Stardew Valley is a mobile game. Oh, it's a game on mobile platforms. I shouldn't say it's a mobile game. I don't like that term. Like, oh, you just made a mobile game. What, you mean something fun and easy to play? God help me. I want some timed platforms in here. I'm just making something that might seem interesting. Well, I'm not saying that the game wouldn't have been successful. I'm saying that I think that if it had those cosmetics, he would have made even more money. But that's kind of exactly goes back to your point, which is that people are spending money because the game is addicting, which doesn't say that the game necessarily has predatory design, just that people are getting so addicted to these games that they don't realize how much money they're spending. It's a very small number of you know, percentage of the players that are like that. But it's still kind of scary. Those types of people are known as monetization designers, the people in charge of designing how a game is going to make its money. And they are people often with psychology degrees or with a significantly expert understanding of psychology and how people feel rewarded. It's scary. You need to tat it on your forehead. You can see it here. Even the AI overview thing is just, you can see it, you know, creates and balances in-game economies, virtual goods, and purchase systems. Can you imagine a less ethical job to have in the game than a monetization designer? Your entire goal is to help design a game that is free to play, and the intended monetization for the company is to exploit people who have addictions and problems. It's sad. Capitalism. I think it's more like aggressive capitalism, right? Because every company needs to make money to survive. That's just obviously, so you got to put food on the table. The question becomes, is that necessary? And I don't think it is. I wouldn't say like this is cronyism. It's more just it's so unethical to the point where you aren't caring about how you're making money. Because you could say like, okay, well, it's capitalism for the developer of Megabonk or for Stardew Valley, right? I forget his name, to make their games, and they're making tens of millions of dollars off their games. In Stardew's case, probably over $100 million. But they did it just by making a good game and pricing it fairly. And both of these games, if I'm not mistaken, even go the extra length to make sure that they're priced fairly across all regions. Yeah, like Stardew Valley is cheaper in many cases than even Valve recommends. So this was specifically done by, again, I forget his name. Rather than just letting Valve select the price, he went in and manually changed the prices for certain regions. Megabonk might be similar, but he might have just accepted Valve's suggested pricings. Mostly suggested, he might not have gone in to update them. It's 21% cheaper in Poland actually too, so he went in and manually changed it to be cheaper for Poland. Because Poland's conversion ratio is off. Versus games, I don't know, what's a good example of a big AAA game that came out? I mean, Arc Raiders probably fucked around with it, but I bet Battlefield definitely did. Yeah, you're getting shafted in most countries. In pretty much all countries, you're getting shafted compared to the pricing that even Valve recommends, which is already pretty fair. Thanks, EA. Arc Raiders is pretty similar too. Only cheaper in some cases, so I think you can make a lot of money without being greedy. That's what our entire company is based on the premise of. Now, first I have to make a good game, but we want to make enough money to make good games without being greedy. We'll price our game fairly, make good games, no microtransactions, no blockchain, no NFTs, no pay for convenience, no day one DLC. If you want to pirate our games, we don't care. Go ahead and pirate it. We just hope you enjoy the game. No DRM. Yeah, I would have, you're right. I would have more money faster and quicker if I went the scam route, yeah. Why Silksong was so popular? Well, it's just because Hollow Knight was so popular, right? Just a good game. Good platformer. Fun combat. Cool characters. Fairly priced, yeah. Most of the games that sold the most, I think I saw it on Twitter somewhere, but the games that did the most successfully in 2025 were almost all priced $40 or below. There were only two $60 games on that list, or games that were $60 to $70. I like 2D games, but I never got around to playing Hollow Knight, so I didn't play Silksong. But it's not because the game looked bad or anything, just didn't play Hollow Knight. At the time that it came out, I wasn't big into that genre of games. You make this jump. Not really. I'll move it over a little bit, just be safe though. We don't want to give the player the impression that they can make a jump like that, especially because this is where you could die. So we'll make this just a bit of an easier thing. Kind of want the player to go around like here and then travel around this little area, then onto here, up and out. Okay, is that doable? Too high. We can kind of angle those in a way that visually shows the player which way we're wanting them to go. Yeah, I'm down for that. That should be jumpable. It's a bit far. We'll go with the pencil. Pencil platform. But we'll kind of have to angle around. Be mindful of this here. I think it could come a little bit down. We'll make the player focus on like going this way. So we'll have very obvious stuff, but we'll try to make a time skip here. Because we haven't done that many time skips in this part of the... And those are just mainly for speedrunners and people to challenge themselves. I mean, I don't know if you can jump from up here to... No, that's way too far as it is. Let's see. Hidden and a little bit difficult, right? So you kind of have to... I think it's hard to get a running jump from the exact tip. You kind of have to run and then angle yourself over. But I kind of like that. Yeah, I like that. It's a challenge, but not impossible. And it might be a bit hidden if you are hyper-focused on just trying to go this route. Good time skip. Otherwise, you go this way. That should be doable. Put something over here. Could make it a bit thin to mess with the player, and maybe hard to or impossible to see if you're up here. I like that a lot. Little bunny hop. We'll have to be careful because of the feet IK right now do allow you to walk on the lava. And that will obviously be fixed, but you know, we're only 2 weeks into development, so I'm not gonna worry too much about that. it's walkable. I don't know if that jump is possible. I think the section before it is punishing enough, though, especially for late in this. I'm gonna. Be a bit nicer to the play. Man, it's very easy to overshoot that, isn't it? Especially if you're run jumping. I wonder if a little bunny hop is enough. Oh yeah. Bunny hop is not enough there. I'm not sure how to feel about that. By the way, if a player dies, because I'm testing it ahead of time, but the player doesn't go all the way to the bottom, they would just end up back here in this room. But they would have to, you know, run through all that again. Not the longest level, though. So it's not that bad. And you do have enough time. It's not like that disappears super fast. Up there, the player doesn't have any. At least in my opinion. It's tougher. I don't know, I need to play it in full. But I think it's okay. Okay, we need to get the player back in and we need to get them out, so we need to open up some holes in the wall and then fill in the gaps here. I'm gonna do that. But first I need to pee. I'll be right back. dude. I think I will take off this Friday, by the way, to do lore for the game, or to write that on stream. Easier to pay full attention to that. Lore writing Redlock. Put that in our calendar. I'm gonna try to make sure that I do that often enough that we actually get the lore written that needs to be written. We have some things, we have some design docs that need to be written, but those I can do on stream, of course. Those aren't an issue. But we need to continue with the lore that will be most necessary for us to develop our meshes and for our levels to make sense. The good news is for like the first 2 to 3 quarters of the year, we're just focusing on level 6, which is what we're making now. So right up to the point where we hit here, we're done. For like most of the year, we're done. And then we're just gonna polish up, mesh up, and make these levels even better, especially from a visual perspective. This level is looking cool though. So that's the plan. So just to reiterate, this Friday, no stream, but I am still working on the game, just off stream. I don't know how big we want the crack in the wall to be. I think I want the exposed rock on this wall to be larger than the gap is to get into, because I think that'll just feel more natural. I think we have more than enough room to actually jump over there, right? Not really. So I guess where we see the brown here should be where we could actually get to. We said more exposed rock. A bit off center would be enjoyable. Fine. Level art issue. This way it kind of looks like a couple of big rocks came in and pierced. Let's chungus that up a bit. Okay, I like that gap. The gap is good. Seawall. Stop gooning over my wall gaps. Jesus Christ. Horny on main over here. Good enough. Good enough to just feel kind of mishmashed. Maybe a little bit too much though. I mean, we did say that we wanted this to be smacked up by some rocks. I think it feeling chaotic is okay. That's fine. Okay, if we make that dark, Oh yeah, I mean the lava just is naturally inviting to it, so I'm very much okay with leaving that. I think that's fun. I think that's unexpected in this kind of level. I don't love design. It's like just making stuff up at work. I'm surprised how far you've come putting all this together. Like you're nailing what matters. I wouldn't know. I mean, I've never level designed. Maybe this is my true calling. Games you played in the past to inspire these? I don't really play games like this. I mean, I've played a few. I play a lot of like immersive sims and RPGs. I think immersive sims usually have really good level design though. Because that's the entire point, is just letting the player find those fun ways up things. Pretty good for someone who hasn't done it. Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. It's definitely easier than some parts of actual game design. I find this way easier. More time consuming than some parts of regular game design. But it's kind of fun. I wish I had, you know, actual objects to start placing around and using. But that time will come for us to replace everything here. And I think that'll be really cool too, because we get to see like all of this awesome shit with proper art on it. And the vibe, I hope, is just gonna click. Moody lighting. You know, we can actually start to put down some mud down here, which I can do now, but because it's not super important to the level design, I don't think I'm gonna put the mud down yet. I think I want the mud to take more of a center face in like the water treatment. I don't know. I think the thing I see other level designers stream it stagger on messing up with things that are like 80% not needed to be made and don't focus on the 20% that matters. To be fair, I have made that mistake before. And I still kind of sometimes do that here, right? With, okay, this should be broken. Does this need to be down here? No, but it's kind of for me to remember, like, oh yeah, that was destroyed. I think I still mess up quite a lot. And waste time on things that don't matter like that. I would like a time skip here. I'm still thinking a time skip here with this would be cool, but maybe you'd have to like work your way back to it or something. I just don't know what would be on this wall for that. Because we don't have too many time skips. We have a small one possible here. One that's supposed to be here, but isn't there yet. That would save a lot of time. Maybe we don't need a time skip here then. Because we have one here. Small one. And I think we mentioned it would be cool to have one here, but we will see. It's the end of the level, so if the player gets up onto the catwalks, maybe we could just reward them with that. And then there's just supposed to be a little bit of a staircase here. Nothing major, just kind of the end of that area. I don't know. If something pierced through this wall, though, I think that we should have this on a little bit of an angle. Only trouble with that is that's kind of impossible to jump up to like that with the angle. I'm thinking if this wall is broken in, maybe this could be broken too a little bit. I could angle upwards. Theoretically, is this jump possible from here? Like, roughly. Also got... Not really, so I think we do need to angle upwards a little bit. I don't need that jump to be difficult. Just exist. It doesn't have to be as like destructively impactful as what happened to this wall. I'll smash it to make the whole wall less flat, like give it some texture, not image texture, but you know. Yeah, just like something like this, right? But maybe not as deep in. I mean, if the wall broke in, we could also make just the catwalk here at like an angle, so you have to like jump maybe to it and then over to the cylinder. I would just have to angle this down a wee bit. Yeah, it's extra work. I know, I agree with that. I'd like to do a little bit of play testing on the level today, but it's not. If we don't get to it, I'm not super upset. We'll just wait. We can do as much play testing as we want once we get the level blocked out. I'd at least like to run through this level once, though. Just once. That shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. More diversity later? What, you mean like women? It's 6 years since I've heard that word, ever since the last goon sesh. 6 years since your last goon sesh? Holy Jesus. Fire hose. Because my methodology for the level design is just what would be interesting that would make use of the level's natural like things. this is gonna be really weird, but it's similar to the way that I would approach making houses in like Minecraft. You know, when you're like starting Minecraft, you just like flatten out an area and you throw down a square looking home, right? But then as you get better, you start to try to utilize the land's own shape more so that it looks more natural. And then you start playing with non-square buildings and like sections. So honestly, I mean, maybe you could almost say that making really good looking Minecraft houses is kind of its own form of level design. So maybe I do have experience, just not what I was thinking was experience. Because, like, you know, we all made Minecraft houses that look like shitty pieces of poo. Y'all did it. Here's my square house. But you start to level up beyond that, right? I need that to be higher. There's no negative aspect if the player gets here, right? No, not really, because the player could just go backwards. But that doesn't matter. I mean, we can always put things... By the way, we will have resources that the player has to collect, and some of those should be hidden in, like, optional areas. So this would be a perfect way to, you know, put, like, a building component here. And the player can, of course, see it ahead of time, level design, but they don't know how to get there, so they continue, and then they can backtrack when they get a bit further. That would be a good thing. I probably shouldn't. I was going to place a ramp against this, but I think I couldn't do that. Nah, the player can't jump up there anyway. And if we put little like bait like that in places, the player can explore around and see if there's routes. Enough. I also think that, you know, if the player sees like the catwalk here with the final art, they will naturally look to see where it fell from and can kind of get a glimpse at what the pathway is going to be. So that's not a bad thing either. I think sometimes you know, it's like guidance, and I think guidance is a part of level design. Having little light sources, little hints at where they need to go, it all plays an important part. And I think maybe it's wrong to consider guidance as part of level art. I think it's very much level design. Level art is cosmetic, level design is purposeful. Like that. Meant to be bent. Oh, I like your game dev interest is seeing how I could have made a better level than these AAA games I've done. Imagine the entire game is redone in my own vision. I think that's pretty fun because a lot of AAA games, they, you know, cater to the common denominator, and honestly, in a lot of cases, their level design is just really bland. Like, it's just turn your brain off and follow the yellow paint kind of bland. Yeah, Stray had really good. You're right, Stray had really good guidance. It was a cool game. I don't need this to be angled perfectly, just leaning against that. And we'll try to just say this bungled out a bit. That's still big enough for the player to get through, right? Oh yeah. I'm okay with that because that's just kind of fun. Maybe I don't want the player to be able to jump up on top of this for... Yeah. The player can, they can. I don't see any exploits there. Legendary Minecraft song. The whole Minecraft Alpha soundtrack to me is nostalgia. Beta a little bit, but mostly it's... And any newer Minecraft song I don't have any feelings for. Notch didn't do so well after selling Minecraft. He's been working on something new, hasn't he? Or did he give up on whatever that was called? I thought he was trying to make his own thing in some new engine of his. It's way too thick. Some of these crystals are level art, but they're pretty fast to place down, so I'm just gonna place them with them. Unless we want to give the player a tough jump to do a time skip. Which I'm not against. Zentra, thanks for the follow. Giving the random Twitter comment that creates news for today. There's quite a few developers who are really upset about that. I think the Stardew creator is really upset that like the smallest thing he'll say will become a news article. And so he just kind of stops saying things. I can totally understand how that must feel. Where you just want to casually comment on something, but then it's like, oh, creator of Stardew said this thing. Like, Jesus Christ, can't I just have an opinion? We just had a time skip. I don't really know if I want to do more time skips here. I mean, I think I feel pretty salty, right? I don't blame him. I don't blame him for selling Minecraft, right? Because eventually, you got to move on. I don't think there's many people who want to work on the same game for their entire life. But I bet he was hoping that they would treat it a bit better than they have been treating it, and not just basically ignore it to the point that other competitors and mods have done so much better at creating something interesting than Microsoft has. To me, that would be the most annoying aspect. Where your legacy is almost diminished because other people have taken over and not continued that legacy. It's like selling your company to your kid because he says he's gonna make it even bigger and better, and then he just doesn't do anything and it slowly dies. And you're still alive while you're watching that happen. But you can't do anything about it. You can complain about it, but then people will just like call you a hater, right? They'll call you salty. Yeah, George Lucas, yeah. That's good enough. I don't want to get any more detail than that. Triple jump. Easy climb up here. A little bit tight. And might be difficult on the mantling system. It's not bad. You kind of get magnetized in when the trace hits. So it's not the end of the world, but it is a little bit wonky. Can't do anything up here. I didn't put a skip in. Those are just visual. Jump down. That's a bit of a tougher jump. You're meant to go up here. Up to the catwalk. I just don't know how we want to get the player out from up there. I wanted them to go even higher on the ceiling, but I don't think I mind how it's currently turning out. And if we want to make some catwalk jumps over here, then I'm totally for it. As a bit of a last thing, last hurrah. And then we can have a door into the monitoring room. Up a couple of doors. I'm hoping when people load up this level, though, that it feels a bit disjointed and maze-like. I don't want the player to instantly see the right path up, necessarily. I do want there to be a bit of exploration. Of course, the speedrunners will already know the pathway up, but this game is not meant purely for the speedrunners, and I want there to be a bit of exploration. You find some audio logs. You notice some environmental storytelling. You look around a bit. You try to find some interesting stuff. Maybe some hidden things, some resources. That's the hope, at least. Swinging on bars? I don't know if we will have any, I don't know yet, but I don't know if we're going to have any like Uncharted mechanics or Assassin's Creed mechanics where you are magnetized to certain things. I mean, if we ever make a sequel, we can always go a bit crazier with the jumping mechanics. But I'd like to keep it more like freeform. Kind of like a game like Hot Lava. Although Hot Lava does have some of that. We'll see. You know, if the feedback we get after level 6 is that some of that stuff is wanted, we can develop it. And rework some of the initial levels. I think it wouldn't be bad to have some guidance for the player, like, hey, this is where you start the course. Otherwise, it'll just be too much wandering around without finding the right pathway. But we can do something interesting with like some lights or some props. In case anyone brings it up in the future, make sure to not implement extra features unless, as you said, you got time. It doesn't take too much to implement when they're not. I think we will very clearly, because like people have access to our documentation, right? So they can see the upgrades that they will get. We just need to be more upfront about what they're getting. Cable swinging? I'd be more interested in cable swinging. Primarily because you get to decide where you're swinging. Got some nice physics to it too. We'll see. We'll see. We will see. We still have bouncy. We've never used bouncy pads. We've barely used spinning platforms. So we do have some things to explore. And then we haven't created any of our hazards yet, like hallucinogenic gas, smoke, Radiation, solar radiation. So we might have some more gimmicks that I think will change up the gameplay a bit once we get to them. Yeah, we are gonna. I do need to put a link in here for sending the player to the documentation. I just gotta do that. Need time to do all that. Like there was something I was missing. We're not gonna be able to finish the block out for this area today. And I don't want to rush it. So we'll just work on that tomorrow. Doing a proper jump through the level would be nice. See how it all feels. I'm thinking that it should feel about as quick as the first level. Ideally. I could place down some fake mud. We do want it to have collision, but I don't want it to have... Ignore only pawn. But our trace should still hit it in a way that... Oh. That is not ignoring pawn. Your kitchen themed game. I was thinking, you know, if we wanted to say, let's make a sequel, you know, let's make a new game with the same kind of gameplay. I don't know what we could do. Maybe something else in this with the same lore, right? Like we keep the same. I don't know, maybe like on a space station in the same Redlock universe. Oh. We don't really need this to actually, we can just have it ignore everything but the traces. But I wonder if the feet are doing separate IK traces. Are. Oh, that's so fucking annoying. I'm kind of glad we learned that early, but... They must be doing visibility traces. Oh man, or are they doing camera traces? They're doing visibility traces. Oh, that's obnoxious. I'm kind of glad we learned that though. But that's gonna change some things. Well, we can still place the mud down, but I just need to place it very, very carefully like this. But we're just gonna overlap some cylinders to achieve the result. Okay, so the player will they'll have to go through the mud to progress. But only a little bit. We'll have to make some nice squelching sounds there. It's all physical material based though, so at any point if we need to make like a custom mesh or a plane or whatever we do for it, all it needs to do is check which material we are standing on and it will automatically apply the right movement controller changes. So there's some wonky physics right now with it, especially on ice, that I need to get fixed. But I'm gonna make like a note of everything related to the animation of our character that needs to be addressed. And we're just gonna try to get it all done in one pass. I'll find some like skilled animator and just either ask for some help for a day and make really detailed notes about the issues. I got some animator friends too that could take a look. That might be willing to do it for cheap. Yeah, mud we have. Mud is down. Let's say the mud is coming from... It's a little awkward, but whatever. Something that pierced through here. Yeah, what's really cool is that it's actually built in. I have the engine muted right now, but the character controller that we're using has that built in. And right now it's just randomizing the sound, but it should be very, very easy to hook up to our physical material system. Need to make sure the player can't jump up there. Be a little careful with where I'm placing that. Being on the mud will help because the player's jump height is reduced. Good enough. Enough. Tank damaged. Platform of the tank. Nowadays, over time, the game engines try to implement obvious things like that, even particle effects and physics to be applied. Much all-in-one solution. Very limited wall climbing. I don't know what it'd have to be developed, and I worry about it a little bit because it's beyond my skill set, and it's one of those things where Kotspur doesn't have the time to help out with the project very much. He's got a full-time job, right? And he's got his own shit that's going on. And Rex and I might struggle with something like that. But if we were to make some money with the early access release, then we can start thinking about possibilities. But it might just be like this game might be complex enough and hard enough to release on its own that we can always look into that for like a sequel game or something separate. I don't know. And yeah, if it's not done right, it could feel a little bit off. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens, because if early access release is like this game blows up or something, sure, you know, anything's on the table at that point. But if it's within kind of our expectations of what we need to finish the game, then we'll just finish it according to the core vision. We'll play it by ear. We'll play it by ear. Or for like a sequel or something. I'll feel happy if the game does okay, but we make a universe that people like, because then we can just carry that lore forward into another game. And we wanted to make like an immersive sim, right? So it's like, okay, well, this universe is cool enough for an immersive sim. You know, we can just carry that forward, make an immersive sim. And some of these mechanics might be usable for that. We need more piping in this area, though. And wiring. I don't mind if this is a shorter level. Which it likely will be. Pretty short.
Uh-oh, retard alert! Retard alert, class!
Me? Never. I think that jump could be made a little bit nicer. But maybe it's not too bad. I can't get my wife to test this out, but I need to be able to see somebody playing it and see their reactions to different areas. So if I can see if they generally understand where they need to go. Too many points. I mean, this is assuming no failures either. God, the emissive lighting in this level is horrible. Really, really bad. Okay, assuming that I didn't fall there, but assuming no failures and normal route, it's looking like a 4 to 5 minute map. Pretty wild. Almost 100K. Try the Microraptor redeem. You'll like that one. You really need to pack a punch, maybe not just for the first few moments to keep players hooked, but also continue to challenge them further, but in a way that makes them want to keep playing, not just because it's challenging. I think that's a critical thing you need to think about. Think about that one game only up. People can tell off the bat what the hook is. You fall, you're fucked. And right now it's just platforming through the theme levels. There is the central shaft, which you'll get to after this. And that will have platforming where if you mess up, it's, you know, it ain't looking good. So that's going to be in here. So your pathway the level 4 of the facility is going to be a little up through here. And if you fall, you're back here. Working your way up again. But I think that the main hook here is just that you have a much richer, deeper, story-driven set of levels. And I think that the solar radiation, the upgrades that you get, the ambience and vibe is very huge here. Well, I think that the central shaft is going to be well emphasized in the opening moments. Not in the playtest, but in the opening moments with the cutscene, or however we're going to show the mining accident. Whether or not we do like some, you know, opening theme or song or whatever that plays while the camera, you know, goes down here like it's Isengard, right? Are you taking a break yet? No, but I'm about to quit for the day anyway. We're about 7.5 hours into stream. The Michael Raptor. I'm not wanting to make a viral game. I do not want to make a viral game. I would not be upset if my game went viral, but I don't want this to be a viral game. I'm not expecting it to be a viral game. Maybe that's the exact thing to say. Well, the central shaft is here for the lore reason is that this is where they're mining down, right? This is the main mining shaft, and they build out levels of the facility from this. So as you're platforming your way up, yes, this is one level of the facility, but then in order to get to the next level, you need to traverse the main shaft. And if you fall in here, it's Rip Bozo all the way to the bottom. And then you do level 4, and you come back to the main shaft. So the higher you up, the further you could fall, right? Just like only up. Don't be wrong, I can't handle that many sales. My laptop heats up every time you buy a copy of the game. Please don't, it's making my leg very warm. But then also, because the main the star is going to be shining light in here, you will receive solar radiation. So you have a bit of time pressure in the main shaft as well. Especially during solar flares. And of course, that time pressure is meant to kind of make you not only go fast, but also screw up more often because you're not taking care of where you're jumping. I don't see a lack of a hook here. For people that like these kinds of games, I don't see a lack of a hook. This game has more of a hook than most precision platformers. And I think that the way we stand out is by making an interesting world and interesting locations with different mechanics with it. I think that's more than enough hook. I mean, not only do we just have very different like ideas and goals for each of these levels that you see here, but the visuals that you'll have there are going to be extremely different too. I mean, the way that you traverse in facility areas like the water storage is already quite different from the way that you traverse and the mechanics that you see within like the geothermal plant. So every area is going to have its own themes and its own focuses. Whether that be jumping down moving rocks on like a lava fall, right? Well, making sure you don't miss is kind of the core of the game, right? Like, that's the entire point of a precision platformer. And finding time skips for the people that enjoy them. And I think that there are... that a majority, or let's say a large subset of players who play these kinds of games are people looking to compete. And while I know the pathway, I know the way that we need to go here. I've done these jumps. I can still fuck up, but I think somebody playing it for the first time is going to have more of a problem than... I added VR, what, third person VR? I don't think the animations for this look very good in first person. But we're gonna get a build to you guys this week, and you guys can test it, and you guys can tell me how long it took you to get to the end without using the checkpoints. I didn't jump it. Well, I will say, it's not like Tomb Raider or Uncharted. Those games have platforming, but they're not precision platforming. And most old school, like, retro platformers were not precision platformers either. They weren't nearly as hardcore as that. They required good timing sometimes, but mostly they were focused on you just progressing through the level and had pretty good checkpoint setups. The precision platformers are meant to be a bit more challenging. So we'll have to see. I don't think all the games, all those old school games were precision platformers. Some of them were, though. This is meant to be a bit more casual friendly than something like Only Up, which we have proven time and time again, making a game a little bit more casual friendly does increase its audience. I do think some of them are a little bit too hardcore, and that makes them niche. But I think even having something as simple as like the checkpoint system built into the game will make it more casual friendly. That doesn't mean that you need to play with checkpoints, because you can turn those off. You can play with one life. I want to make it more customizable in that way, which also this genre hasn't seen much of. Well, if you like hardcore, you can play it hardcore. I mean, turn off the checkpoints. Our game will probably be... I don't know how long it took to beat Only Up. I think that our game is going to be longer than that, though. Oh, more hardcore platforming? Well, I don't know if adding different mechanics makes the platforming more difficult. Like having magnetized handholds or something or swinging on a chain doesn't really introduce challenge. I think fine-tuning things like when and where to jump, air control, moving around obstacles that could hurt you, like those are where the challenge come from. That's where the skill is born. Oh, you get stuck here. Gotta fix that. You can kind of get stuck there. This too. I wonder if that's due to the scale of that cube. Not negative. Weird. Look at the feet IK on that. Just an animation thing though. I mean, I think that making levels like little puzzles, right, and just giving the player different pathways. Like you've been watching me make this, so you know the pathway that you're supposed to take. But imagine if you didn't watch me doing this and you just saw, oh, you made a prototype, let me download that, let me see where I go. You know, I think that there could be a bit more of a challenge with that. Especially once we have proper level art, because right now the level design is just, you know where to go because you can kind of see all the platforms. But if you have background things that are taking your focus or making it harder to see the exact pathway, that also introduces challenge and time. Sim platformer. This is, I do want this to feel a bit immersive. I don't know if it's as much of a simulator, but I guess there are some elements. Prey 2018 was a bit of a sim platformer, I would say. Or a long ass fake elevator. We're gonna make a proper elevator for this. I want this to sit somewhere between the casualness of, I don't know, what's a good casual platformer? Be a good comparison. Push boxes around and have a flushable toilet. To me, a good sim is all about rewarding creativity. You have a 3D puzzle, whether that be with combatants in a room or with the location that you need to get to, and the sim provides the tools to get there, but doesn't tell you how to do it. How you doing, IGS? Yeah, I think this will start to. I have fun platforming here. I have fun. I am trying to make the game that I would want to play, and for me, Only Up was really cool to watch, but because it was really annoying to control your character, and the level itself wasn't that interesting, it was more fun to watch somebody play it than it would be to play it myself. And I didn't really like the idea of losing all my progress when I fell, but I understand that some people, that's like the core draw. So I want to make a game that caters to somebody like me, but also has the ability to cater to somebody who likes the hardcore nature of losing everything if they fall. I want both teams to be happy, and for the speedrunners to also have something here for them too. So we have the checkpoints for people like me who don't mind if I fall here, you know, having to redo this part or having to redo this level. For people who might even be worse than me, who are still learning the game and are just trying to get through this level and have a bit of fun. They might take upwards of an hour doing this, right? And then we pace the player, you know, we throw them this really hard level, and then the next level doesn't really have a whole lot of ways to die. That's the pacing, and then the level after that can be hardcore again, or we build up to different mechanics. Should be a checkpoint system on normal, but have a hardcore difficulty for those? Yes, exactly. And I think we can absolutely do a leaderboard system. We will have a timer. That is an option. You can turn that off too if you don't like to see it. Nothing is going to be time driven like that, so you can take as much time as you want to complete levels. There's optional objectives that you can complete that can make your climbing easier if you want, but will take more time, so speedrunners might forego certain objectives like that. Hardcore players may choose not to because it'll make the run easier. I just fell. Fucked up. And I think the optional objectives are a pretty big hook to this game too. Where it's like, if you don't turn on those geothermal power generators, you will not have proper lighting throughout the rest of the facility. You will have backup emergency lighting. Have fun with that. Have fun not being able to see anything. But that could be a whole speedrun category, right? I mean, the moment you put leaderboards, I think people will cheat that. I can do it, but we'll have to make sure that it's not cheatable in that way. Yeah, but do we want to have to sit on those leaderboard scores all the time? Or have somebody cheat it just enough to look like the world record was broken, even though it wasn't? I don't know. I don't know if people will... I think the people who care about getting good times will already be recording their runs or speed runs, and I don't know if we specifically need to have a leaderboard for that. But I could be wrong. We're going to early access. We'll wait to see what feedback is. Make a level in game and make a place for people to publish their levels, then you basically make it a whole new ecosystem. Yeah, well, we'd have to make that, and that's not an easy thing to make. That is a very large undertaking. That's if we sell millions of copies, sure, we can add that. That is definitely a stretch goal. It is a very, very large stretch goal. Kickstarter's not off the table either for this. Yeah, as much as some players might not like to hear it, that jump is difficult. You see that? I mean, that's on me to blame because you are given that large crystal right here to watch the patterns. That's honestly just on me. Not paying attention. Well, you would also have to support. You basically couldn't hard code anything, because you would have to be able to support players making those levels from scratch. And most places that have those level editors either have enough time and resources, or the game isn't mechanically complex enough that doing so is a huge undertaking. I just don't have those resources or the time. Yeah, this is not a 2D game, you know? You are kind of meant to watch that first. I mean, I don't know. I think most precision platformers don't have level editors, and they still sell pretty well. It's niche, but, you know, niche doesn't mean that it won't sell well. It's all about ROI. And if the cost to develop this game is, let's say, $100,000, and we sell 100,000 copies at 10 bucks a piece, you know, even after taxes, we're looking at a 500% ROI, which is not bad. Of course, but, you know, imagine how much that extra money would be able to take us. If this game takes 100,000 to build, then imagine how much we could do with 200 or 300. We need to work our way up to those kinds of technical challenges. Make one game, make some money, make second game for more, introduce more mechanics and technical challenges, make more money, rinse repeat until you're making what you want. And that's what we're trying to do with this. If we want to make a game like Colden Chronicles or something in the future, we need to have enough money to do so. That's a tough jump. A scary jump. I don't think our game is going to be so simple that having a level editor is going to dramatically change the experience. And yeah, we're trying to do exactly what Riding Hippos is saying. We're keeping the scope small. Environmental puzzles? I mean, I would think that this game is pretty much an environmental puzzle already. The game is not like Only Up where it's just random assets, but it is environmentally driven. And regions like the R&D department are meant to be entirely puzzle driven. With no way to die. Like things you can turn on with buttons. move platforms around. This is just the first level. But I think with good level art and with good level art, we can hide the proper path from the player, and it will take even longer to complete these levels for the first time that you're playing. Yeah, I want to avoid scope creep. I think it's as cool as it would be to introduce so many new mechanics. We don't have the funding for it. Funding right now is $0. And I think we can do some cooler stuff once we have people on board, like a proper level designer, you know, maybe another artist, a dedicated programmer full time. But these people will not come without funding. And if we get the money, we can always go back over these older levels and make them better and newer. But right now, I'm who you have. Work part-time for experience. So here's the only reason why I tend to turn people down if we don't explicitly need them. I don't have time to manage people. So I'd love to give, like, I don't know if you're like a 3D artist or something, but if you're like, let's say you're a 3D artist, if you're looking just for some meshes to make, let's definitely do that once we are a bit established. And you know, like, we have a producer on board. We have somebody that could review your work. Because right now that would have to just be us, and we're too busy making the game. But doing some commission work is, I think, very much something I would love to enable, to give people experience and something to put on their portfolios. But we need the time for that. We need the bandwidth, I think, is a better way to say it. It's not an easy section. It's pretty easy to fall here. It'll be way more difficult too if I take away the ability to automatically grapple if you are pressing an input button. Oh my god, sad unicorn kitty. I hate you. I forgot that I had that. I forgot that if you donate 100 bits, it does a gunshot. Oh my god. I hate you so much. Can you imagine doing that when I'm trying to jump? Stops the music too. I think that was just coincidence. Want to contribute work to this project? Would it really need to be agreed as something you want to be made? Yeah, I mean, it's just the thing is, if we have the people and bandwidth to actually manage others, I'm all for it. But right now, you know, Rex is like doing his thing, but we need to talk a lot off stream. Oh, Oh, I know why I didn't have the second checkpoint unlocked, is because I started the game up at the crystal section. But like Rex and I need to talk a lot after work sometimes, and same thing with me and Cuthbert. So it's just like right now I don't have the bandwidth to start managing more people. If we had a producer, that would be great, because the producer could manage people. But as I am the producer, it isn't working out like that. And we should be having a meeting every week. At this point, I agree with that. I'm not a good producer either. Not my forte. If we had a dedicated level designer, I don't need to be doing as much, and I could just focus on the direction and production. I think I missed that. I'm not risking that. I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it to come back. I mean, take a look at like Coin Pusher Reloaded, right? That game took us 3 months to make. And that was way smaller in scope than this was. I think that this will be a really good challenge for us to push further. What I'd like to be ready to go to early access in less than a year. But if we need to release into early access after Q4, then I think that's just what'll have to happen. I don't want to release near GTA 6, and I don't want to release during the holidays. We will have no visibility, and it would be suicide. The bit notification is like, I don't know why. I made it like that so that people could scare me. But nobody really donates bits, so I rarely ever hear it. But it's only if you do 100 or more bits. Level is cool though, and it fits right into like that medium difficulty that we're aiming for, with some more challenging bits. Wait, this is not the one. It's a fake one. Don't jump on that one. You'll get sent back to the start of the level. One design came from you. If you're having someone else do it, they would just make an overall better version of yours. Does that take away what you made? I mean, I agree with you, but okay, maybe. If people love my level design so much, sure. I can continue to do it. I don't mind that. It makes for good stream content anyway, right? We'll see. We'll see if people like this, because they haven't. Nobody's played this yet except for my wife. And she sucks at this and spent 8 minutes and couldn't get even past the first like 3 jumps. So I need a bigger sample size. And it is true. I'm thinking somebody else's design could be better, but we need to hire the right person for it. Maybe we need to make some more tools too. We've only made a few platform types. There's certainly some pretty interesting ways to utilize them. It might look good, but it needs to play well. But we'll see that later this week. I think we'll be pretty close to being done tomorrow. These elevators are too slow though. I need to make some documentation for what we're looking for, what we know is bad, what can be improved, you know, things that shouldn't be a focus of playtesters. I've heard that DLSS 4.5 is very oversharpened yet. I've heard that. I haven't tried it out yet. Will there be loading screens? No. Ideally, no. Except for the you know the initial one, right? Start of the game. This section needs to be made better too. Buffering up the elevator shaft. We might not be ready by tomorrow. I think we'll be closer to Thursday, as intended. We'll stream that? Yeah, you can absolutely stream it. Smearing is fucking horrible. Using less emissiveness will reduce the amount of smearing. But I don't want to take the time to sit down and do that. It's not important right now. Doesn't impact the level design. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Pausing and flagging issues. I like that. I just need to make a note, like, because I know that when you see the smearing, you're not gonna hold it against the level design. Especially because you sat here and heard me say that will obviously be fixed. Oh, I went way too high above. Remember when being a video game tester sounded like the coolest job in the world? I know zero happy QA testers. I can only tell you that. It's a bit of ghost. Well, it's like ghosting and smearing. It's just, I am not going to fix that right now, because it does not impact the level design. But it's bad, I can tell you that. And it's because of the emissiveness. We use a lot of it. Yep. This is how your game looks when you don't touch and fix lumen at all. Shit. It might not bother you, but I would have to tell people that look, this is looking like this right now because that's the default experience. It will be adjusted, it will be fixed, but that is not a focus of this playtest, and it's not a focus of any of our testing until we get to a later milestone. You're an aerospace engineer working as a software engineer in database development. Jesus. In Poland? I mean, I think that it's important to work on optimizations early. I just don't think it's important to the level design. So we want to do some optimizations and tweaks before we go to early access, of course, because I don't want to leave all of those just for, yeah, we're going to do those in 1 year, but you get to suffer with the shitty experience now. Should see it on reflective surfaces. I saw someone play Silent Hill 2 and absolutely could not keep my eyes on it. The ghosting over the wet rose was absolutely terrible. Yeah, lumen reflections look pretty bad. That's right, it's up. You can always turn it off, right? You can always turn it off. If you set your scalability settings low enough, it'll turn off lumen. We just need to build the levels in a way that is supportive of that. Screen space reflections do look like shit. I agree. When you're building a level though, and some of you probably know this, lighting is the last pass that you do, not the first. And we're gonna follow that general pathway and do lighting last. Okay, this is where I could actually take some damage. It's not bad. It's not bad. We're kind of on the right. We're on the right time for this. Our goal was like 30 to 60 minutes of fun gameplay in the first level. Assuming a couple failures. And this is with no side exploration or side objectives. I'm pretty happy with that. That's about on target. As we started playing at what, from I think I started up here at 12 minutes, right? Yeah, because I fell into the lava, so it was like 12 minutes from here. Getting up to there is about another 12 or 15 or something like that. I'd have to go back and look. That's about 30 if you focused only on main stuff, you don't pick anything up, and you don't do any side objectives like the geothermal power plant. Which I think will add another probably 5-10 minutes depending on how complex we make it. That'd be pretty good. Main focus is this fun? If so, we're good. If not, we're not good. But so far, I like it. You did something crazy today? What'd you do? Ugh. Really feeling it for the devs who had to rip off half of UE5's default visuals, not to mention other bits and pieces of code to get their game looking and feeling good. Ripping off half of UE5's default visuals. I'll say this, Nanite, it just looks good. Like, you turn on Nanite and Nanite looks really, really nice. And I think that some people can make some cases where they say that meshes can look too good with it, but that's really because anti-aliasing and other post-processing might have made meshes without much detail look worse. But I think Nanite just, you turn it on and Nanite's great. Lumen is the biggest problem. Arc Raiders did pull out Lumen to use NVIDIA's GI solution, but even then it doesn't look very good. I would not say that their global illumination solution is amazing. We're just in the era of ray traced global illumination replacing old school methods that I don't think looked particularly amazing, but they had a less artifacting. And the biggest issue with Lumen is just the artifacting that it can cause and the amount of necessary solutions in order to fix that artifacting, which introduce more artifacting, like temporal solutions. I would be very curious to see what these levels look like, though, if we can implement DLSS 4.5 in. Hardware Lumen with NVIDIA's denoiser should help a lot. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know what percentage of people on Steam are using RTX cards. I don't want this to be a heavy game to run, but I also don't want it looking like shit. And that's going to be a very difficult bit to balance. But we'll do the work necessary for it. I think that one of the things that can help is just that we have these isolated levels, and we won't be using we don't have a dynamic day-night cycle, so we can use a single directional light here in the main shaft that won't invalidate shadow maps. So based on how we develop our levels, I think that we can help to isolate. I think we can isolate things pretty well. This is not the player model, no. This is not the player model. This is just our testing model. But the player model will have the same animations, so we just need to clean up some animations and get a different mesh on the skeleton. 30% decrease in performance just from marginally more accurate lighting. Well, you shouldn't have to. I mean, here's the thing. I don't know what RTX card you have. I heard that DLSS 4.5 is pretty harsh on 20 and 30 series. I hope they'll improve it. But I can tell you what, your game will look significantly better without the noise that you get from temporal ghosting and smearing. Well, I mean, this game is not running heavily right now. I can tell you that. And we have Lumen turned on, and it's not optimized in any way. And this is with TSR turned on too. That's with TSR turned off. Obviously, this will become more expensive, but for right now, that's really not that bad. Well, the world being textured, textures are mainly going to impact VRAM, not GPU rendering time. So increasing your texture quality should not really impact how much time it takes to render a frame from your GPU. There can be some elements to that can increase it, but it's largely not going to be a significant impact on GPU utilization, but rather VRAM utilization. But with smart material reuse, we shouldn't see a massive increase in VRAM usage. We'll see though. Unreal is just for the visuals. The game still gets coded in other languages. No, you can code in Unreal. I mean, it's whether or not you go with blueprints or C++. That's really gonna hit Blueprint, especially if it's on your tick, will increase the cost of, not this, sorry, wrong thing. Like most of what we've coded right now is on blueprints, so there is a lot of tick time being utilized by blueprints, but Nanite does pull away CPU utilization quite a bit, and they've done a lot to optimize multi-threading and CPU usage in Unreal. Yeah, if anything, our game will be very, very heavy on GPU, but we need to optimize that. Right now, it's not. And I would think most of you would be able to run it no problem, even without any optimizations being done whatsoever. Once we start adding in the right meshes and visuals, the GPU will get hit a lot, but CPU shouldn't really take a hit at all. Most things that will take up CPU is just doing, you know, kinematic movements, physics calculations. And we still have a lot on the player's tick right now that needs to be nativized. And that's going to reduce CPU usage a lot. You make the camera zoom in, not walking? I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll do some 3Cs stuff after we get some feedback on the levels we made. But I can definitely tell you that not having a dynamic day-night cycle is going to dramatically increase performance that we can shove elsewhere. Because we're not invalidating shadow maps in most of these levels right now. Because it's just static. We don't have lights moving around, we don't have like enemies shining lights and wasting tick time there. It's really a trim game that we can pour performance into making the game look good while still making it be able to run on older cards. Some levels might be a little bit more intense, but by and large, this game is very static. Why do I have that piercing through there? Oh, that's the light. It's not on Mars. This is 50 light years away from Mars. But it is a 2.5 kilometer hole, roughly. We're on a tidally locked planet out in the Indus constellation. And this is your challenge, is to get up this hole. I wonder what our GPU utilization would even look like if we just added one simple thing such as the dynamic day-night cycle. A 4? It adds, you know what, I think I told it that it can't tick though. I'd have to Yeah, we have the tick rate. Not bad though. I know for Golden Chronicles, one of the biggest eaters was just the dynamic day-night cycle, and it was constantly invalidating Shadow Map. It was horrible. Horrible, horrible. All the different weather effects too were adding to the material cost. And so shadows were just super expensive in that game. We're not going to be using UDS anyway, though, because we don't need to. So we're gonna fall back to just a traditional. There will be something in the sky, but it will not put out light, and instead it is going to be lit up, but it's not going to affect dynamic lighting. And then we're just going to have a straight directional light coming down, and I think that that's going to look good and accomplish what we need without being overly dramatic to GPU cost. Not a skybox. There will be something up there. It will be 3D rendered, but it's not going to affect dynamic lighting. So I don't think it'll be too expensive to. We'll have to see though. It'll have some visual effects, but those can be scaled down too for performance. But we need to optimize the VFX on it if we do it. Or just let it run in the material itself, and then it shouldn't be too bad. Materials are pretty optimized. Games underground, let's work on cloud. Don't be any clouds, thankfully, so we can just use like a skybox and then throw the star in front of that. There's no atmosphere or anything, so there's no fog. No weird atmospherics. No clouds. I just fell. Fuck me. Game's too hard. I'm gonna rage quit. Actually, I need to go home. I really need to go. But damage model, there will be health. There will be health. It's not going to be significantly complex to manage. You only start to take health damage if you go into toxic clouds, which bypass your radiation ablative, or if you don't have any ablative left and go into solar radiation or neutron radiation from radioactive materials. That's it. So it's very arcadey health. Very minor resource management, but a little bit of resource management. Yeah, don't worry, we'll get to that because that will be part of the second milestone that we need to do. We'll have resources and hazards, so those two things are going to add a bit to the gameplay as well, especially with like the heat haze messing up your vision, smoke making it hard to see as well. We have lava and mud already. Health ablative hydrogen and building components will be added. Basic restoration stations. We're going to add the control thrusters too for hydrogen usage, but those will just be on a test map. And then we'll start to do the initial creation of the star and change the lighting and everything. So we'll get there. We'll get there. One thing at a time, and then solar radiation and light detection in first playable 3. A lot of audio added too. And we're going to start meshing there as well. Oh, and video planes too. But we don't have any advertisements in the game yet. But we plan to have all the companies have like in-game advertisements that show up on the video screens. And those will help add a lot of really cool ambient light to the scene, as well as just make the game's audio design a lot more interesting too. That'll be like this. Exolith extraction. Galactic miners at large. Some cool stuff. Those will play into megalites. Okay, so here's the plan. Normal week, except Friday. I won't be streaming, but I will be working. So I'm going to come in here at the normal time, leave at the normal time, and I'm going to be writing lore. I learned over the holidays that it's much easier for me to focus on that without having to try and entertain. I can share the lore when I get back. You know, when we get back Monday, we can talk about what I made. But I want to start experimenting with taking some days off to do things that are hard to do on stream, because that was a problem with Golden Chronicles, was that I wasn't taking the days off that I needed to do things off stream. So we're gonna start doing that. I'll let you know what days those are, but for this week it'll be Friday. Other than that, we'll be back on tomorrow for more Redlock development. We're gonna continue the blackout.
You can't spell Microraptor games without gay, and boy, let me tell you, you are gay.
That's right, I love men. We'll be doing more blackout on this whole week, I think up till Thursday. Thursday will be like a bit of tweaking and getting the build ready for playtesters. So ideally Tuesday, Wednesday, I'd like to finish up with the entire level. Go back, touch up any areas that need it. Just put up some guardrails in areas that we didn't add them before, like here. Adding in the optional section and some very easy interactables for turning on the theogermal generator Gower generators. Those should be pretty fast, turning on and making a quick section to get back onto the main pathway here. Adding in the optional sections up here, so like this one, any other time skips, finishing up this level, and then having a quick little button you can press to finish the game or something in it. Gives you a nice screenshot for your time that you achieved. Very, very simple. Just get it done, get it out there, and let people see what they like. You guys will be able to play it. All you need to do is be on our Discord. Probably is where I'll post the link, but probably there will be a link that you can download here in our chat too. So keep an eye out for that, but I think on Thursday we'll try to prepare the build. That's the plan. Okay, guys, I gotta get going. I've been online for 8.5 hours. I'm hungry. My voice is going, so I will be on tomorrow. More blocking out. Have a nice night. Thank you for joining. Thank you so much for all the follows today. It was nice meeting a lot of you new people. So if you're still watching, thank you for joining, and hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll post it up on YouTube, and if you're curious, if you want to see any of our other days of development for any of our games, they are all up on YouTube. Go check them out. Thank you so much. Peace. Love you guys so much. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Daddy.
Oh. Bye-bye, guys.